Okay, you're live on YouTube now.
Great, thank you. Good evening and welcome to the May 25th, 2022 Henrietta Town Board meeting. I would like to call the meeting to order. Please call the roll.
Supervisor Schultz,
Here.
Councilmember Safranek,
Here.
Councilmember Bolzner,
Here.
Councilmember Page,
Here.
Councilmember Belanca.
Here. We'll begin tonight with a silent prayer followed by the pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So since we have an unusually large crowd, I'm going to just go over a few notes as far as protocols and ask for your cooperation. When you're packed in the crowd right now, infection rates are high. ICU visits, over 10% of the ICU beds are filled with COVID patients. Hospitalizations are high. So we are in what we call condition red. So that means while you're sitting there in the crowd, please wear your mask. When you come up to speak, you feel free to pull it down so you can be better understood in the microphone, but then restore your mask when you're going down there. I see a couple people in the back without masks. Could you please put masks on, or I'm going to have to ask you to leave. The two standing up against the wall. That's not a mask.
There's
If you don't,
masks.
yep,
If you don't have one, there are masks.
there are. No, you are not good. I'm going to give you one last chance. Okay.
Everybody should take the goddamn mask off. Stop us if we all are. Got a medical condition.
This is 475 Calkins Road. It's Henrietta Town Hall. We have an individual who is being disruptive at the town hall meeting. If you could send Monroe County Sheriff over, their deputy over, I would appreciate it. Male, maroon hat, wearing, yep. None apparent, no. He's basically, I would guess white.
You don't have a mask on either, brother.
White t-shirt, wears a Babies Lives Matters t-shirt, it looks like. I can't see. There's a lot of individuals in the crowd tonight because we are reviewing a Planned Parenthood special use permit application, so it's rather crowded. Yep. My name is Stephen Schultz. I'm the Henrietta Town Supervisor. It's my cell phone. That is correct. Deputy Town Supervisor Craig Eckert will meet them. Okay, thank you. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sir, we'd like to hear your comments, that it's important that everybody be heard. If you could just put a mask on, then we can get started and listen to everybody. Do you have anything
have that?
stating the medical condition?
Okay, then you need to wear a mask, or you can step outside if there's. Fine, I'll put it back on. But I've already stated, when you're up here talking on the microphone, you can pull your mask down. It doesn't matter. If you want to run against me as town supervisor and make the rules here, feel free. Okay. While we're waiting for the police or the sheriff, can we get an approval, a motion to approve the minutes?
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I move that we approve the minutes of the preceding town board meeting on May 11th, 2022.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranek,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolzner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. First up, I just want to announce the Chamber of Commerce Scholarship recipients. We actually have 2 years worth of recipients to acknowledge because last year they did not hold the ceremony due to the pandemic. I don't know if you have the images handy to throw up on the screen. But in the 2021 scholarship recipients were Lacey Hartman, Parker Hoyt, and Emily Martini. And the 2022 scholarship recipients are Sarah Duclos, Bakhawal Khan, and Alexandra Watucky. I apologize if I mispronounced any of the names. These are the William J. Welsh scholarships presented by the Henrietta Chamber of Commerce. They hold a golf tournament every year to help raise the funds, and they provide these scholarships to deserving students in the Rush Henrietta school system. So congratulations. We will be at, there is an upcoming community excellence event, and hopefully we'll see you all there. So thank you. Next up, we have the Historic Site Committee 2022 Architectural Heritage Award for 371 Telephone Road. Do we have some who's presenting coming up?
Supervisor Schultz, members of the town board. On behalf of the Historic Site Committee, I am very pleased to present the Architectural Heritage Award for 2022 to John and Sally Wilcox of 371 Telephone Road. When John and Sally purchased the house at 371 Telephone Road, they knew it was old. They knew it was a fixer-upper. But as John said, it had good bones, and they were able to renovate the house into the comfortable home they wanted for their family. What they didn't realize was that they were also buying a piece of Henrietta history. While researching this property, Historic Site Committee Chair Gary Goodridge found that in 1816, Asa Baker purchased 60 acres of land in lot number 27 in the 5th range in the town of Henrietta from Cornelius Charles VI of the Netherlands, the land investor who owned the deed to the property. Asa's brother Justice purchased the other part of the lot, approximately 40 acres. Asa Baker is referred to as a Revolutionary veteran. He passed away in 1803, but according to a former town historian, Eleanor Kalsbeck, he was a pathmaster in 1798 and 99. Justice Baker was appointed Commissioner of Common Schools at the first town board meeting on April 20th, 1818. Another significant family who lived on this property is the Gay family. In 1902, the property, which at that time encompassed approximately 126 acres, was owned by Mrs. Evis Gay. She was a widow, and that's why she could own the property. Her 2 sons, Henry and William, took over in 1923. and Henry married Bertha Cynthia Bushman, and they were adjacent neighbors. The Gay family was very active in the West Henrietta Baptist Church. Their son, Henry Albert, who was always called Al, married Evelyn DeGroot, and Evelyn served as the church historian, organizing early church records, while her husband was known for his talent arranging flowers in the sanctuary. Their daughter, Nancy, wrote a history of the West Henrietta Village in 1967 for the Monroe County History Office. In 1945, Harold Blaine purchased this property. Harold served as the welfare officer for the town from 1952 through 1954. He was also the town janitor, and this was when the town offices were located in the former District School Number 8, which is now the Jack Gaffney West Henrietta Education Building on Erie Station Road. In February of 1955, Harold was appointed Justice of the Peace when Justice Frank Lamberton resigned. John told me that when Harold was serving as Justice of the Peace, he would invite the troopers who were training in the area to his house for a picnic. And as a thank you, the troopers built an outdoor grill, and you can see that photograph. When they were clearing up the backyard, the Wilcoxes discovered the grill, which had been overgrown with vines and bushes. We are very grateful that Sally and John decided to make their home at 371 Telephone Road in 1995. That first structure with the fieldstone basement is the center of their home. And by preserving that structure, they have provided a focal point for us to be able to say a Revolutionary War veteran once lived here. Congratulations and thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, we can't hear Lisa at all.
I have to start again. On behalf of the town of Henrietta, the town supervisor, the town board, and the historical site committee, we'd like to thank you for upholding the history of Henrietta, and we would like to give you this certificate of recognition. Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.
You're welcome to say anything if you'd like. Thank you again. Next up, we have,
Steve, I have two hands raised. I'm not sure if they're about this topic, but I do have two hands raised.
okay,
Dorothy, if you're wanted to talk about the historic site, you are unmuted.
I'm not, I want to talk about the Planned Parenthood application.
okay, you're gonna have to wait.
Fine. It's,
Okay.
Okay. Ben, are you talking about the historic one? Ben, oh, he muted himself, so I think he is not talking about that one.
Okay. Next up is special use permit application number 2022-019 Recovery Room Pub. That application was withdrawn by the applicant, so we will not be reviewing that tonight. Do not know if they will ever resubmit. It sounded like they were not planning on it, but I don't know that for certain. Next up, we have special use permit application number 2022-013. Okay. Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York, 376 Jefferson Road, to operate a medical office servicing as a diagnostic and treatment center and safety net provider. So the town board makes comments first. I'll be calling on in a little bit. I'm going to repeat, I still see a couple people unmasked. Please put a mask on. If you do not have one, we can provide one to you. And if you are unwilling to do so, we're going to have to ask you to leave. It is very crowded in here tonight. The infection is still running strong. Okay. I'd like to ask them to be escorted out. I know. I know they want footage, but that's fine. You need me there too? We're gonna recess for a minute while I talk to the officers. We are now back in session. Do we have a representative from the applicant here to speak? You please come.
I have to
No,
interrupt.
do not interrupt.
This meeting is in violation of the law. It says in our constitution, in the code, that you have to have this 30 days, at least 30 days since the application was submitted. And it hasn't been 30 days.
It has.
No, it has not, sir.
Okay.
Because look at the application right here, sir. It's written on high.
Ma'am, please sit down. You will have an opportunity to speak. This is not that time.
Okay, well, if
Your objection is noted. Please sit down. And if we're going to be here all night if people keep trying to interrupt, and it's not going to stop the order of business. So if you really want to be heard, please be respectful. Thank you. Could the applicant please come up and address the town board? The podium, yep.
Sure. Name is Christian Olick, Chief Financial Officer, Planned Parenthood of Central Western New York. Town Supervisor, members of the board. We're here tonight for the special use permit. We respectfully request that the board grant our application based on the factors for consideration listed out in the town code. The proposed use will provide necessary services to the public. It's consistent with town zoning and plans, does not involve construction of any new structures, and will instead fill vacant space within an existing building. First, the proposed use is consistent in character with those permitted in existing and in relevant zoning district. It also aligns with purpose, intent, and design standards of the district. And there are numerous medical facilities in the vicinity, in addition to the recently approved University of Rochester facility that's going in around the corner from the site. Consistent with the intent of the district, the facility also will help provide necessary services to the residents. And the use will not be involved in any exterior changes to the existing structure or other than a sign change. So it's already consistent with the design and development standards of the area. Second, the use aligns with the goals of the comprehensive plan because it will fill currently vacated space and promotes the mixed-use vision for this commercial area. Next, the proposed use will not produce any smoke, odors, contamination, or other nuisances or material hazards to the public. It also will not create any material adverse environmental impacts under SQRA. The project constitutes as a type 2 action and therefore requires no further review under SQRA. There is nothing about the physical conditions of the site that would make the proposed use unsuitable. The proposed use also will not create a significant impact on public infrastructure, utilities, or emergency services, so will not create any kind of inadequacy for these services. And finally, the proposed use will not modify the site layout, so will not change the existing traffic patterns. I'm here to answer any questions tonight for the application. We also have on Zoom our architect, Nate Razi, and then we have counsel with us as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions either now or throughout the presentation.
Town board members, you have questions?
Is this going into the former Bowler's World in that particular plaza?
Yeah, on the corner there, yeah.
Okay.
Could you share with the board the scope and sequence of what's going to take place in this proposed facility?
It would be a medical facility governed by the New York State Department of Health, Article 28 Diagnostic and Treatment Center. It'll provide family planning services, full range of services that we're allowed to by our operating certificate by the New York State Department of Health.
Specifically, is performing abortions part of that service?
That would be part of our operating certificate, yes.
So the operations will take place on site?
Yes, I don't know that I would call them operations, but procedures and medical services will be provided.
Thank you.
Yep.
And just so be clear, we're talking about 7,500 square feet approximately.
Yeah, 7,500 square feet in an existing shopping plaza.
And so the existing plaza, if I remember correctly, that's about 67,000 square feet. The total plaza space of the three plazas in that area are about 750,000 square feet. So I mean, clearly from a land use impact standpoint, there's just negligible at best in terms of from a impact on resources. You're not consuming much water. You're a small fraction of the available parking, et cetera, and so forth.
Yeah, that's correct.
Can you tell me where your other facilities are located in Monroe County?
We have a facility at 114 University down in the downtown area of Rochester, and we're also currently using some temporary space in the Brighton area near the corner of Westfall and Clinton.
And why is that facility temporary?
It's in the midst of a CON process with the New York State Department of Health. We were actually going to be building a facility next door, and that facility is unable to be built because we ran into some contract issues with the owner of that property.
Are you still looking to build a facility at this time? Or more permanently locate to this location at Jefferson Road?
Yeah, this would be the permanent location. Yeah, we're looking to lease this spot.
How many parking spaces do you anticipate would be typical?
For a medical center that size, I think typical parking is we'd need about 20 to 25 spots. Again, not all at once being used, but in totality.
Why do you feel this site is beneficial?
We did a market analysis study, and the Henrietta kind of Brighton area was something that positioned when it talked about the needs of the community, access to our services. It really highlighted that we used to have a facility in the Greece area. We moved out of that in anticipation of trying to move down into the Brighton Henrietta area. And so that's kind of why we've been positioning and looking for space in those areas.
Is this particular plaza on the bus line to improve accessibility?
Yeah, I believe it's on the RTS direct line, and there's a bus that comes in there, a couple of buses that come in and out of there.
If it's not, it's on the on-demand.
On-demand
On
zone?
demand, I'm sorry, that's
It's
the
in
word,
the
yeah.
on-demand zone? Okay, great.
The main bus route comes down into Marketplace Mall, and I think they do a on-demand spur
On-demand
route
bus
from
out
there.
there. Mhm.
So,
From the documents that I have available to me, your letter of intent to the town of Henrietta was received on April 28th and your application on May 3rd. Was there any contact with Henrietta before that happened? Or was that the initial contact that you had with us as a town?
I think the initial contact was probably made by the property owner, I believe. They're the ones that actually submitted that. We signed some paperwork, and then we've been having some back and forth with the town to make sure we're providing the right information, whatever we need to provide, cross all the Ts and dot the Is.
All right. Since you are Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York, could you give me maybe a more of an idea of the geographic footprint outside of Monroe County?
Yeah, our catchment area goes from Niagara Falls to the far left, and then all the way to the other side of Syracuse. Covers about 18 to 20 county region between there.
And would it be fair to say that you have a presence in all those counties?
No. Not all of them.
How far distant would you say someone would have to travel to access this facility? From the Pennsylvania state line, perhaps?
I guess that's possible.
Okay. Would there be something closer for somebody in Corning, for example?
Yeah, there's another Planned Parenthood affiliate that has a facility in Corning, I believe still one in Ithaca, and maybe one in Elmira.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get an idea of, the access that people in more rural areas might
Yeah.
have.
Our affiliate doesn't control those, but they are other Planned Parenthoods.
Okay, thank you.
other questions from town board? Okay, what I'm gonna do is ask you to sit at the table in case we have to ask you questions.
Sure.
So that, and if your legal counsel wants to join you there, feel free.
Okay.
And then we'll have people coming up to the microphone.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll also be mixing in from some online comments periodically. Okay. Go ahead, coming up, state your name.
Kevin Yost, 1474 Middle Road. Good evening. I would suggest you deny this special use permit. Abortion is horrific, any way that it happens. The sight of and aborted fetuses is very horrific. I just saw them on an independent lens film about the one child policy in China on PBS the other night, and it's horrific. And unless someone's life in danger, which would happen, which should happen in the hospital. And I feel that artificial contraception and conception fertilization is just as immoral when these children could be adopted. I realize that there are no adoption agencies in Henrietta, nor our Birthright Women's Care Center or Compass Care, but they're all far better alternatives than Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, I don't know if anybody might know this answer. Can a 16-year-old legally adopt a child in New York State? I don't know if your council might know that answer, if anybody might know that answer.
I would need to look into that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Thank you. Next, gentleman here.
My name's Craig Martin. I'm a 45-year resident of Henrietta. I love this town with all my heart, the conveniences, everything about it. And I think it's a town that's about life. And I would hate to see babies losing their lives here. It would be a very sad thing. And one of the things that I noticed when I came in is that we had a silent prayer. And that kind of tells me that there's some recognition that there's a God. And those of us that pay attention to those types of things, we know that not only do the scriptures talk about God's hand in the formation of a child in a womb, but it states explicitly that God knows that child, everything about him, his future, his life before he is even conceived. That's what the scriptures say. You can feel free to look that up. I'm not making it up. So in my way of thinking, if that's true, I'm certainly myself not wanting to take that life after conception. So again, a town that's about life. I'd like to keep it that way. Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm going to ask from the group on the outside, they're trying to hear. It's very hard for them to hear. If you could speak more clearly into the mic or come closer to the mic. You can't turn on the TV out there. It provides a reverberation, so they're giving more trouble here. And again, you are free to pull your mask down while you're talking on the microphone to make it clear. But that's your choice.
Hi, my name is Sarah Timmerman. I am a resident of the east side of Rochester, and I'm also the chapter president of the Rochester chapter of NOW, the National Organization for Women. And I represent many women that live in Henrietta, as well as other individuals that seek reproductive health care and care at Planned Parenthood. I am in favor of this facility as someone who is of age to need these services in a close distance to Henrietta, as there's not a clinic in my town. And so I am in favor of these services that are vital and necessary and prevent the death of people carrying pregnancies and people who are carrying unwanted pregnancies, as well as providing many other vital services, including preventative exams and testing. And this helps the larger community as a whole stay healthy. And so because of it, I'm fully in support of it. And I think that it is a net positive for our community. As someone who wants to be here long-term, I want my community to also support me. And that's what I would see with the approval of this permit. And also it has almost no environmental impact, which I think is really good for our community and is accessible through the RTS, which is also really good for this community. And I appreciate this facility at least trying to have a mask mandate. Thank you.
Gentleman over here.
My name is Daniel Wolf. I'm a resident of Honeyway Falls, but obviously I'm Henrietta many times. I also am a counselor for Caring Choices, and I'm able to counsel young women and young men on their options other than abortion. And we've seen great success However, we know that with the overturning of Roe versus Wade, that many states will really limit their abortions. And we believe that this is an attempt at Planned Parenthood to create a facility where they can bring people in from other states and get a free abortion. And it's not going to help the community. And we just prayed to the flag earlier, under one nation, under God. And if we fear God, how can we have pain and suffering for the children that died in Texas, but no pain and suffering for the children that die through abortion?
You want me to answer anything, or are you just?
If you would
asking that
like to answer, you are more
rhetorically?
than welcome to.
I will just note that different people have different belief in God and different gods, different religions. And so one of the founding principles of this country was that we were not a theocracy, and that one religion did not rule the country. There's the concept of the separation of church and state. So I understand absolutely where you're coming from. But again, as a town representative, we're a nation of laws. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to rule based on the laws. And as of right now, in the state of New York, abortion is legal.
That's true. And it is pretty much legal up until birth because of the way they worded it. And we are a nation of laws. And many of those laws that our founding fathers wrote about were from the Bible. Our laws are based on that. All of it is.
You want to get into that?
Murder, manslaughter, all those things are from the Bible.
Okay.
I don't want to get into a theological
If you wanna
discussion.
go
What I'm
down
saying
the list
is,
of the 10 Commandments, I've done this before. There's about three.
it's more than just the 10
Just
Commandments.
let me finish.
Okay.
There are about 3 or 4 of them that have made it into law, and murder was a prohibition long before it ever appeared in the Bible.
Really?
Absolutely.
Jesus said he created everything. He knew you and me before anything was formed,
And that's your
including
belief.
those babies in the womb.
And that's your belief.
Do we not have the facilities for these women that they need right now? They've already closed the one in Greece. The one in over on University Avenue is scaled back because the abortions are going down. They're going to bring people in from other states that want abortion. Do you want that in our community? Is that going to help our community? Do we not have a fear of God? What do you believe? Where's your hope? Is it in abortion or is it in Jesus Christ? Just saying the wisdom says, don't do this. I understand you got to yield to the laws, but the wisdom says, don't do this. That's what I'm saying. And thank you, Lord Jesus, for allowing me to be a servant. Thank you.
Hold on. Excuse me. Please don't just come up to the microphone. Please wait till you're called. Okay, thank you. I will just note too, though, that previously, so for instance, there were also a number of people who were against Chick-fil-A. They were against Hobby Lobby. You can laugh all you want, but that same thing in terms of.
They weren't murdering babies.
Done? We made those decisions based off the rule of law and not based off of politics. Okay? This is a land use decision, not a political decision. So, okay, thank you. I'm going to call on her and then you'll be next. This lady over here.
Hello, my name is Grace Granada. I am a resident of Henrietta since 2012. I live on Pinnacle Road, and I am here today to offer support for the retail model location for a Planned Parenthood facility here in Henrietta. Some background: I was employed with Planned Parenthood for 6 years. Locally, it was Planned Parenthood of Western New York. I'm sorry, Planned Parenthood. Correct me,
Central and Western.
Central and Western, there was a merger. So for 6 years, I saw women from all over New York State, and I helped them receive essential healthcare. Reproductive healthcare is essential healthcare. And the women that I saw looked very much like your daughters who attend the high school, who maybe didn't feel like they could have these tough conversations at home. So they came to the Planned Parenthood location afraid, alone, unsupported, many times. And I take great pride in knowing that I helped thousands of women access these services and not have to worry about financial barriers. So I did want to address the misstatement that individuals can come from other states and receive abortion services. There will not be an influx of abortion services performed in Henrietta. It doesn't work like that. It just doesn't work like that. So I understand the financial, you know, I understand what you're saying, but you can't just drive to New York State, go to Planned Parenthood and get an abortion. So I just wanted to let anyone know that the policy and the way that it works, because you may not have ever entered a Planned Parenthood site in your life. So this is how it works. And okay, I'm speaking. Thank
Yeah,
you. You'll have your
please.
turn.
Please avoid the outbursts. Thank you.
Thanks. So what happens is an individual comes in seeking services. They're not always abortion services. I also want to stipulate that there are testing services. There is family contraception services that are offered. Fact check me, please, but it's 3 to 1 last I knew. So it's 3 times as many people access Planned Parenthood for reproductive services, which include birth control, which prevents abortions. So just want to get that out there. So what happens is an individual comes in, and if they are seeking abortion services, they have a complete health check, they're educated, they receive an ultrasound, they receive counseling. And then the law says that they have to wait for 2 days. So there's a 2-day wait. And then if they determine that they want to end their pregnancy, they can do it safely and effectively in a safe facility. So my fear, along with hopefully many supporters here, is that if we take away these services, where do we go? Where do we go if we take away these services?
Are you asking? Or
I'm asking, yeah, what's our alternative?
I don't know.
Okay, so there are doctors
Again,
and
please avoid the outbursts from the crowd. The questions should.
I asked a question
Oh,
of
I know, but
Supervisor Schultz and he answered.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
questions have to be directed to the board and not to the audience. We can
Thank
then
you.
redirect them if we so choose, but we're going to try to keep this as civil as possible in this highly charged debate that it is.
So I understand that it's highly charged. For 6 years, I drove to Planned Parenthood every day to go to work and was called a baby killer. And I saw all of the signs. And that's something that I did proudly and happily and would, you know, it's just part of the job. I will also say that I wanted to speak on the range of, there was a question from the board about other locations or having to travel for services. So Planned Parenthood runs from Syracuse to Niagara Falls, this affiliate. So it's not, there aren't locations in every single county, but that's a wide range of, what is that, like a 3 or 4 hour drive from one end to the other. So in my time of employment at Planned Parenthood, I was a trainer as well. So I was able to visit every single one of those sites. And I will tell you that every single one of those sites provide exemplary healthcare, because reproductive healthcare is healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you. This lady over here.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. My name is Carol Crossed, and I'm a member of BRAVE, Brighton Residents Against Violence to Everyone. And we consider the citizens of the town of Henrietta everyone. And we We're active in opposing the construction of the Planned Parenthood at the Westfall Medical Park. According to a press release issued to the Democrat and Chronicle, Brave prevailed in stopping the construction of the 6,500 square foot abortion clinic. And just to say that, yes, there are a range of services that Planned Parenthood provides. However, those services can be provided and are provided by the federally funded health care clinics around this area, of which there are 9, by the way. So the one thing that we're talking about is the word that the representative here from Planned Parenthood, the gentleman, had a hard time saying, and that's abortion. In an email dated January 10th, 2022, Jeremy Scher, who is an attorney with Adams LeClaire, who represents the town of Brighton, said, quote, "We received confirmation that Planned Parenthood terminated its lease with Westfall Medical Realty and will not occupy the South Clinton Avenue Brighton premises." The letter from LeClaire was received in response to an Article 78 proceeding against the Brighton Town Board, the Brighton Planning Board, filed by Brave on August 21st, 2020, challenging the approval of the project. Linda Mandel Clemente, the lawyer for Brave, focused on the site plan approval process itself. This included the lack of meaningful review by the planning board of the many issues that an abortion clinic can bring to a neighborhood community. The lawsuit questioned whether a surgical facility is permitted use within the zoning district, the question of waste disposal, as well as deleterious impacts to the community's character, similar to an adult entertainment establishment that raises questions broader than just zoning. The town did not study the more insidious secondary effects to community neighborhoods, such as sex traffickers, who will be, of course, brought to the abortion clinic. Abortion facilitates sex trafficking, does it not? I mean, we can all sort of recognize that. Loitering outside of the clinic while their victims are having abortions. We have witnessed lewd public displays by some of those traffickers in response to pro-life sidewalk advocates. Some of these sidewalk advocates are here tonight. Planned Parenthood is a regular police beat at the University Avenue site. They are often called by Planned Parenthood because they claim that their services are disrupted in response to sidewalk pro-life advocates who are present to offer alternatives to women. To say that this extra police presence burdens the city's resources is an understatement. Brave sent letters on 3 occasions to over 80 doctors who had offices in the Westfall Medical Park. Ellen Duncan, a citizen of Brighton and a member of Rock Love Will End Abortion, an advocacy group that protects the unborn from abortion violence, says she and others peacefully assemble at abortion clinics and offer maternity and child support to mothers. Quote, Planned Parenthood, she says, does not like their business disrupted, and so they frequently call the police. It makes sense that other medical personnel in Westfall Medical Park do not want that kind of chaos. And I wonder if the other tenants in the suburban mall there at 376 want that kind of chaos too. The lawsuit also questioned the possible adverse effect of the at-home abortion pill in the town's wastewater treatment systems. Brave raises this challenge in light of the newly adopted constitutional amendments that are occurring throughout the United States, guaranteeing every citizen the right to clean water. I don't know if the town of Henrietta has that amendment. Brave's success can be attributed to persistent grassroots dialogue among community neighbors and with Brighton officials. For instance, over a 7-month period, there were 127 appearances by 62 different individuals who presented at the Brighton Planning Board at scheduled town meetings, of course. Ben Cherniaski, who I believe is waiting on your Zoom call, he's with Students for Life, an MCC student last year. He says that their group participated in approximately 6 weekends of neighborhood door knocking campaigns. So I just want to give you a little sense of what you might expect if this does go through. Morris Wortman, you might remember when his clinic was being approved by the town of Brighton in 1999, there were 195 police calls to that site within a 3-month period. And I will provide to you that police record. I just want to say, is the town of Brighton, the town of Henrietta ready to assume that burden? And these were calls that were dismissed immediately. There was one that was not out of the 195, and I will provide those to you. Thank you, Mr. Schultz.
You can send those to supervisor@henrietta.org.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we're going to take somebody online. Jenny, do you have someone?
Hello.
Dorothy, you're set to go.
Okay, I'm all set. All right. First of all, thank you for your time this evening. My name is Dorothy Hayes, and I'm co-director of Rock, Love, Will, End Abortion. And we're a sidewalk advocacy group that recognizes the right to life of all human beings, regardless of their race, color, creed, age, or dependency. We stand against the violence of abortion and the abuse of women, and we support, affirm, and empower women to save their babies. And I would apologize to that Planned Parenthood employee. We are never rude to the employees. We also reach out to them with information on new means of employment. I speak tonight in opposition to Planned Parenthood's expansion into Henrietta. And contrary to the stated intent, Planned Parenthood is not just another healthcare organization. They're not a benign business that will add value to your community. Mrs. Cross had mentioned University Avenue. They have removed parking meters and access to parking all along that area in front of University. So their claim that they're going to be using 25 spaces in the parking lot, that might be true now, but they really infringe on the rights of other people to park and be in that area. They are dishonest about who they are and what they do. Very similar to tonight's, their unwillingness to use the name abortion. The word abortion, they stood before the Brighton Town Board claiming they're not an abortion clinic, when in fact they're the nation's largest provider of abortion. And as Mrs. Cross had rightly stated, the services we're talking to tonight is about abortion. It's not about healthcare. Planned Parenthood claims to be essential healthcare providers, yet they provide a very narrow range of services to less than 1% of the US population. According to their own numbers, prenatal care is less than 0.1% of their annual services, Pap tests less than 1%. And even with something as common as STD testing, they only make 1% of annual diagnosis. Lena Wen, who headed Planned Parenthood for 8 months, was let go in 2019 because she wanted Planned Parenthood to expand their services to include primary and mental health care. If all Planned Parenthoods across the country were closed, the federally qualified health centers, which Mrs. Cross had again mentioned, there are about 9 right around this area, would only, and dozens within the Rochester area, would only have to see 2 extra patients a week to take care of those displaced by the closure. Their clinics are poorly regulated and inspected. Among other things, they have been caught submitting fraudulent Medicaid claims and harvesting and selling fetal tissue. They are extreme in their policies and relentless in their pursuit of totally unrestricted abortion. The governor does want to make New York State an abortion destination. And I'm sure that that's what Planned Parenthood, whatever they're saying now, that's what they have in mind for the place in Henrietta. I would ask you to ask questions about how they plan to dispose of aborted humans, and how late into the pregnancy do they plan to perform abortion? Do they plan on harvesting and selling body parts? I would also question that there would be no environmental impact, even above and beyond what the parking is. I think the having to dispose of human waste is not an insignificant question. Women and their needs have been lost in the frenzied support of abortion. Does your concern for women go beyond offering them abortion? Do you know who will be performing the abortions? In New York State now, you don't have to be a physician. Who will be providing abortions for these women? Are you willing to check on statutory rape victims? My daughter-in-law was raped at 15. She was given an abortion, but her accusation of rape was ignored. And how about the victims of sex trafficking? Will you insist on and check on regular inspections? For the good of women and for the good of your town, please take a lesson from Brighton. Don't approve this application. It is a Pandora's box. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to make one correction. The town of Brighton did unanimously approve the application. So I've received a couple letters saying that the town of Brighton denied it. The town of Brighton did not deny it. The town of Brighton unanimously approved it. It was challenged in a Section 78 hearing. That's my understanding of what happened in the record. I'm going to, since there were a lot of accusations made about their organization, I will give the applicant time to address any of those that they wish to address, or they can decline to do so. I don't know that there's a whole lot to be gained from it, but if you so choose, you are welcome to address some of those.
Yeah, good evening, Supervisor Schultz. My name is Allison Bartlett. I just want to remind the board that we're here to.
I'm sorry, can you pull the mic closer to you, please?
Sure, is that better?
Yep.
Okay. I just want to remind the board that we're here to address the application for a special use permit and whether the application meets the criteria listed out in Section 295-54 of the town code. I appreciate that there's a lot of opinions and discussions tonight, but I would just like to remind the board that this is a land use decision and the application meets all of the factors for approval.
Understood. Okay. The young lady in the blue dress, I don't know if she's, oh, you can pick which one. You're both wearing blue.
Hello, my name is Christine Cravata and I live in Henrietta, West Henrietta Road since 2005. And I do apologize that it is a land issue, but I have to speak on a moral issue. I'm a grandmother and a great grandmother, and I have a granddaughter that's 21 years old, and my daughter gave birth at 25 weeks. My granddaughter was 2 pounds, 3 ounces. Babies like that are taken from the womb, killed, dismembered, given parts away. And so I just wanted to point that out. And I'm so sorry for what you're going through and what you're going through, not knowing the science. I was around in the 70s.
Please do not outburst. Okay. And people, again, I remind the speakers, address your comments to the town board.
Okay.
Not to other people in the audience.
Well, I apologize. I feel bad that they're going through this. Okay.
That's fine.
And I was around in the 70s when abortion became legal. And I had young friends that had abortions that are so mentally unbalanced now because of that. So I want the town of Henrietta to be about families, about community, and about love. And if we put something like this in this town, there'll be a scar on this town. Thank you for listening.
The gentleman in the second row.
Thank you, sir. My name is Pastor Tom Burgo. I'm a resident of Clarkson, New York, but I am a pastor at Congregation Shema Yisrael on Edgewood Avenue. Although I have a theological viewpoint and opinion, I'm not here tonight specifically to talk about that. I want to talk about the abortion. Abortion is not about reproductive rights. Reproduction occurs at conception. At conception, a unique human being is created in the womb. In fact, every human being, with the possible exception of Adam and Eve, have arrived in this world as a result of that conception. The only significant difference between an embryo, a fetus, a newborn child, and a full-grown adult is primarily time and nutrition. As a human being, the embryo, I believe, has a right to all of the rights of the Constitution, and that includes the right to life. Although abortion is legal, there are several negative effects that occur to the parents, especially the mother. Many of these effects are studied and are said not to exist, but many of the studies are done short-term when there is relief from the unwanted pregnancy and the pressures of that. Often they surface years later. Some of these negative effects are a significant increase in mental health issues. Now, I represent a ministry called F3PA, which is Finding Freedom and Forgiveness Post-Abortion, where we help men and women to recover from the side effects of the abortion. Some of the things that happen, teenage girls, for instance, are up to 10% times more likely to attempt suicide than teens who have not had an abortion, and up to 4 times more likely to succeed in the suicide. The deliberate rate, or the rate of deliberate self-harm among people who have had an abortion, is 70% higher than those who have not. Women who have had an abortion are 34% more likely to develop an anxiety disorder. The increased risk of alcohol abuse is 110% among women who have had an abortion. The symptoms of post-abortion stress syndrome include guilt, anxiety, avoiding children, difficulties in all kinds of relationships, feeling numb, depression, thoughts of suicide, abortion flashbacks, a desire to have a repeat child, a new getting pregnant again, fears of infertility, inability to bond with present and future children, fear that their children will die, eating disorders, and, as I said, drug and alcohol use. It's clear that abortion results in the death of an innocent child and often mental and physical injury to the parent. Furthermore, granting permission to allow a facility to perform abortion puts the innocent blood of abortion on your hands. Thank you very much.
Before you go, you might
Yes.
have this information. Did that study include women who are forced to bring to term a baby conceived of rape in terms of the effects on suicide and mental health and all that? Did the study include that, or do you just?
I'm not certain that that study did, but I am familiar with studies done by Rama International and several other ones where women who have brought a child to term because of rape and abortion, or rape and incest, which incidentally is less than 1% of all abortions.
I was just curious.
That many of them give the child up for adoption rather than dismembering it. Many of them have full success as a parent and don't regret their decision. I'm sure that some do, but overwhelmingly, my understanding is that they don't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just, there are a number of women that have testified before Congress who were a survivor of a rape. That's all. And their testimonies are there. They're out there. There's a number, at least more than 20, I can say.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Again, go ahead. Please stop the outbursts.
My name is Julie Salmon, and I've been a resident of Henrietta for almost 20 years. I just really appreciate this time to stand before you. My heart is broken for the struggles that I see so many going through right now. The gentleman alluded to the fact that Planned Parenthood would come and provide services, necessary services, he said. As indicated previously, there are a number of clinics already that are providing those services. One of those is Compass Care. And I personally have been there. I have been there with many young women, many of the women that Planned Parenthood says are the real need of being served, and the underserved, the underprivileged, the minorities, people of color. And I personally have witnessed a number of my friends who fit into these categories that have gone to Compass Care and received the services that they need. Those services include everything from STDs to pregnancy testing, to ultrasounds, to counsel, to support, to helping the woman if she is in a domestic violence situation, anything like that, helping them to navigate those difficult circumstances. I believe that Compass Care is already serving these needy women, and we do not need Planned Parenthood to come in because, as has been stated, the services that they provide in those areas are very low. It's really abortions is the main thing. Sir, when you asked about would these operations, these abortions take place, and I noticed it was very difficult even for them to answer, but yes, this is an impact. And if we talk about land use, so many people have already made statements about wastewater, about just, these things that are happening while these children are being snatched from the place that is considered the safest place to be, under a mother's heart in the womb, and they're being taken and killed. And if that isn't a land use issue of having our city, our town supporting something like this, then I think we really need to think about that. One of the speakers mentioned that Planned Parenthood wants to prevent death of pregnant persons. I understand that, and sometimes there are risks, and I understand the medical needs. But how about the unborn child in the womb? What about their risks? What about their deaths? We talked about helping teens and young people receive access in a safe place, going behind parents' back, for one thing, not letting them know. There's many other places that they can receive counseling and help and access. Even Compass Care is a confidential place that they can go, and it doesn't have to be just an abortion. Abortion is legal. That's correct. Unfortunately, in our state, it is legal. But you know what? So was slavery for many years. And people stood up against slavery and stood for the rights of those people to live in a society that was equal and fair and just. I know we're still fighting a lot of those things right now, but people stood up to fight for the rights of our Black African-American brothers and sisters that were held in slavery, even though it was legal. And even though abortion is legal, let's be a town of people that stand up for those rights of the unborn children, and for the rights and compassion for the women that find themselves in these circumstances without having to feel pressured that their only option is abortion, when there are so many other options and people willing to love and care and give compassion to them. Again, thank you for listening, and I just pray that the board will deny this request. Thank you.
I have a quick question for you before you leave. You mentioned the Compass Care. Where are they located?
They are right on West Henrietta, right before the 390 interchange, right there. in Brighton, Henrietta. And they've been there for many, many years and served thousands of women.
And one other note I'll just make, a town board's approval or denial does not mean we support or endorse the business. Again, we have to make our determination based off of the laws, and specifically zoning laws and seeker laws. And so whether we agree or disagree with a particular business, we have to make those choices by law. So it does not mean we endorse it. I just want to be clear on that. But, you know, again, that's what we are charged to do under the United States, or excuse me, under the New York Constitution and the New York municipal laws.
I understand that, and I appreciate that sentiment. Again, addressing those types of issues, I think there are a lot of land use issues that do come into play besides just the moral issues. But thank you for clarifying.
You bet.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back to online because I know we have some people online. So could I get the next online person?
Ben, you are unmuted.
Hello, my name is Ben Chernyavsky. I'd like to thank the town board for listening to everyone who's come here to speak today. I want to speak just real quick about some of my own testimony here. I'm a 20-year-old father of one, recently married. The one that I'm talking about is actually a 30-month-old or 30-week-old, sorry, child in the womb. I'm sitting here as this entire time that child's been kicking, because as it turns out, which I didn't know up until a few months ago, at 27 weeks, the child in the womb can recognize her father's voice. So I'm the father of the child. The child recognizes my voice. A child recognizes her father's voice, yet the town board apparently is voting on something that would deny this child of human rights. They say that the law is what is justifying this. That child's great-great-grandfather, who would be my great-grandfather, died in a concentration camp, and that was perfectly legal. There was no law to stop that from happening. He was torn, as my grandmother has told the story, when she was 4 years old. The police came in the middle of the night and tore him from her and her mother, and they never saw him again. It was perfectly legal at the time. Anyone who questioned it would probably meet the same end. And so saying that the law justifies it is an appeal to authority. It's a logical fallacy, and it should not be used. I'd just like to conclude here asking four questions, sorry, to the town board. So my child recognizes my voice in when she's in the womb. She'll kick when she hears my voice. She actually recognizes my handprint too. I put my hand on my wife's belly, and she'll actually kick my hand. She won't do that with anyone else. Very interesting. And that's backed up by science, but for me, it's just backed up by reality. This is my life. So will a child like this, who kicks at the recognition of her father's voice, be given protection in the town of Henrietta? Secondly, is the town board okay with abortion being performed up until the point of birth in the town of Henrietta? Third, although my wife still has 2 months until her due date, if my daughter was born today, she would, with modern technology, survive. What would be done at this facility that's being proposed with a baby who's born alive during an abortion procedure? I've met people who've been born alive during abortion procedures. I'd like to know, during an abortion procedure, if a baby survives, what would be done with the baby? Would the baby be left to die, or would medical care be administered to the baby? And lastly, once the child in the unfortunate abortion procedure, once the child's dismembered, where will her corpse be taken and how will it be disposed of? Thank you.
So I just want to address your logical fallacy thing. This is not a debate. This is a special use permit hearing, which is in and of itself an appeal to authority, right? We are the authority. We are granted that authority through New York State municipal laws, zoning laws, seeker laws. So this is an appeal to authority. So to try to say that that somehow makes it invalid, again, that's the whole point of this hearing. So I understand what you're saying, but I just want to make that point that we're not having a logical debate here. We're having a public hearing for a special use permit, which in and of itself is an appeal to authority. There was a gentleman in the back corner.
Hi, my name is Peter Nettermeyer. I'm here as an American citizen. I've lived in Rochester since 1968. I happen to have been born in Nazi Germany, and it bothered me all of my life that my parents were not able to stop what happened in the construction of concentration camps. Okay, that was a heavy burden to bear, but I knew that they at least lived in a society that was not democratic, and they had no First Amendment. Okay, so I'm here asking you not to create an American concentration camp in Henrietta. And as a PhD chemist, I find it abhorrent that the approval process requires a environmental study, which is non-existent. Why not have a safety review?
The New York State Department of Health does that, not us.
Okay, because a safety review would indicate that 50% of all the people that walk into Planned Parenthood come out dead. Thank you.
Towards that end, I will point that I have numerous relatives and friends who have used Planned Parenthood, especially when they came to college, because their OBGYN was over 300 miles away, and their ability to find a doctor who would take them on as a patient on a temporary basis, or who would take their insurance, was hard to find. And none of them went in for an abortion. They went in for the other medical services. And you can argue your numbers all you want. I don't know those numbers, but I'm just saying anecdotally, I know a lot of individuals, again, from my days in college here at RIT, a lot of women who use Planned Parenthood for their medical services, and none of them received an abortion. So by definition, if there's at least one, well, I guess you could count twins, but your percentage might be a little off, but point taken. Okay, next, gentleman in the back with the blue.
Supervisor Schultz, thank you for giving me the opportunity to come up. I was actually going to wait till other people had the chance, but on that point, my name is Paul Damagola. I'm a 30-year resident of Henrietta. So you made it clear that this was about land use, and yet you just chimed in yourself on your experience with Planned Parenthood. So you just made it personal. You stated facts. So here's facts.
Yeah.
Facts are there are plenty of other places in this community for people to receive services such as testing, contraception. What we're coming down to is abortion. That's their bread and butter, abortion. If people want other services, there are ample. And I'm sure there's plenty of people that can back me up with the exact number of facilities that there are. So it comes down to abortion in Henrietta because they couldn't get it done in Brighton. And furthermore, I do want to direct you to the New York State website, because someone else talked before about they thought it was a fallacy about people coming to New York. Our dear governor, right here on her website, Governor Hochul announces nation-leading $35 million investment to support abortion providers in New York. And I want to quote this one statement because this is from the New York State Health Commissioner, okay, Dr. Mary Bassett. Through this nation-leading fund and increased support, we are getting resources directly to the providers who care for New Yorkers seeking abortions and those who are and will be coming to New York to seek this care. It's right from New York. So again, I know you're going to say it's about land use and this and that. This is our government. This is what they're stating publicly that they're planning on doing. She's doubling down and investing in this. Okay. So the question is this really about land use? Or is it about the moral fabric of this community, which I've lived in for 30 years? And is that what we want in Henrietta? Thank you very much for your time.
To answer your question, the decision is a land use decision. It's a special use permit hearing. With that said, at a public hearing, we do not, unlike previous administrations, we don't put a shot clock. We don't require people to only say a little bit. We let people speak their mind. You know, we had the attorney try to direct it back to just land use discussions. We are going to let people speak their mind on both sides of the discussion. And again, I'm not saying I'm going to approve because I know people who used them for non-abortion. I'm going to make my decision based off of the land use, the law, and the land use. So like I said, just making that clear. So young lady in the, I don't know what color it is, teal, aqua.
So I had no plan on speaking tonight. My name is Cherie Stuhler. I am the face of a Planned Parenthood person. Thanks to their wonderful medical treatment, at 17 years old, I had to go and seek out on my own for cervical cancer because Planned Parenthood would not help me, even though they diagnosed it. They do not provide all those services. So at 17, I had to go find someone on my own when I was told my whole life that this facility was the place you went because they took care of everything. By the time I was 18, I had a piece of my cervix cut out because the cancer was so bad. Before I hit 19, I was having cryocardiac done. Now I'm a foster mom because I can't have kids. I am the face of Planned Parenthood all the way around. And I just want you to consider that because I am here and I am this community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry for your troubles. Next. Yep. No, the woman with her arm raised. Yep. In purple.
Hi.
Hi.
Aisha Kreitz. I don't live in Henrietta anymore. I do represent 302 people in Henrietta besides myself that I work with the Frederick Douglass Foundation. Hi, Millie. And so in all of Monroe County, we have about just under 2,000 members that, you know, so Henrietta itself, about 300, Monroe County, 2,000. But she just said something, so I'm going to go that route too, Cherie. I'm also the face of Planned Parenthood. I am post-abortive. I had 2 of my abortions at Planned Parenthood. One when I was 14. Nobody ever asked me why I was 14 and pregnant, and the trauma that had brought me there. My second abortion that I had, I got the morning after pill and wound up with an ectopic pregnancy from Planned Parenthood. They did not help me with any of the after stuff whatsoever. So I had to go to the emergency room So if we're talking about healthcare, good quality healthcare and stuff, when those things happen, that isn't something that Planned Parenthood takes care of. So I will say that from the abortion perspective of it and what the towns that I lived in and the hell that I havocked on the town, which was a lot, was directly a result of my abortions. The mental, everything that I had to do to overcome being healed from that. It was supposed to be that problem that's taken care of. I'm all okay. But again, there was no whatsoever, no kind of counseling, no anything to help me understand that I was the mother of a dead child, right? When you have a miscarriage, when all of those things happen, and that is things that is going to affect your town. When we talk about violence and all of the violence that is going, I mean, I would beat you up because of the color of your shoe, because I was so writhing in pain for a lot of the things that I had to deal with afterwards that I didn't even understand at 14 what I was going through, right? Not only the sexual abuse that led me there that nobody cared about, but as well the aftermath of it. And all of those things are going to be things that this town is going to have to deal with. And when we talk about, do we want to be a culture of life and acceptance or death and rejection? And those are the two things, and whether it's land use, right? And again, I think a lot of people have already brought up a lot of those things, right? I mean, you're flushing babies down the toilet on the regular. That's what's going to wind up happening, right? I mean, again, I know there's miscarriages, different things like that happen, but these are forced abortions that are going to happen as well with the morning after pill and such, because it doesn't do anything if you aren't pregnant, okay? So I think that as communities, as we are going forward, we have to take a look at not just, right, again, from a Black perspective as well, right? I do have a big problem with Planned Parenthood, and I know that, again, you're talking about land use, but my people are dying, okay? Out of, I mean, the Planned Parenthood specifically, out of all other abortion clinics, every 4 days kills more Blacks than the KKK did in 86 years. Every 4 days, my people are dying. So from that perspective, if we're, again, if we're going to leave all of the moral stuff away, we can't. Planned Parenthood targets people like me, right? When we look at colleges, right? When going into colleges and all of those things, we have the opportunity as communities to come alongside these children for the most part, even though, again, I know they're in their 20s and they're flexing and stuff, right? To come alongside them and say, there is an alternative to you killing your child. When I went into a Planned Parenthood, there was not, and I'll tell you, not one time, right? So when I had my ectopic pregnancy, my friends and family didn't know I was going to Planned Parenthood. I didn't tell them I'm going in for an abortion. Of course I'm going in for a condom and for contraceptive. Who wants to just tell people that, right? I mean, a little bit more so, again, and I went through the whole shout my abortion. I was the exact opposite of who I was today until I realized, wow, a lot of this anger and stuff and where it was coming from. I mean, again, you have two colleges here. Those people who are not been forgiven and set free from going into Planned Parenthood, having an abortion, and they're telling you that they went in for a contraceptive and they didn't. And when you go into Planned Parenthood and they're talking to you about it, oh, I was raped, they're not then saying, hey, do you need some other kind of services? They're not giving you, there's an organization you had brought up, it's called Save the One, which is a whole group of women who were conceived in rape. And the beautiful lives that they live today, because there are men and women that came alongside each and every one of them that said, hey, whatever you want to do, right? There are adoption. I mean, why don't we get an adoption agency in Henrietta instead of an abortion clinic? There are so many other things that we can do. So as we're talking about being the face of Planned Parenthood, I will tell you, and when I was 14, I'm going to leave with this. When I was 14 and I decided, I was about halfway through because I'm sitting in a cold, sterile room, wanting to change my mind about having the abortion, but they had already inserted the little thing. And I had have a surgical abortion. I have a scar on my hand that will be there forever. But at that time, and I was like, I changed my mind. They were like, oh, it's too late. That's it. There was no, which isn't true. Today, you can reverse them. But I mean, I don't know today, if a woman goes in and says, hey, I want to have an abortion, and you leave with the morning after pill, it's not like these women are going home, having an abortion on their own now. And then you have a monitor and you go and you get on TV with them and you're just leaving them to their own devices. And we wonder why our communities are riddled with violence, suicide, drug addiction. It's because you have 1 in 3 women have had an abortion. I don't think that's something that we should be having in our communities, regardless land use or not, because again, there's a lot more impact that is going to happen here in Henrietta besides just having an abortion clinic here.
Thank you. Next. In the red.
My name is Elaine.
But please wait till you're to the microphone.
My name is Elaine, and I agree with my sister wholeheartedly. I'm not even going to go into the history of Planned Parenthood and Margaret Sanger and how they have targeted my people and how we are now the smallest minority when we used to be the largest minority. I'm not even going to go into that. What bothers me is that this has been brought down to a land decision. It's all about the land and the use of the land, nothing else. This is abhorrent. This is wrong. That this is all that you're looking at is we need to give them rights to use the land because they checked off a few boxes. There are too many other repercussions for this action that is being ignored constantly. And I, as an African American, am offended that they target our communities, that our children are being murdered, and they're not addressing what will help us to be more and more productive. They're not offering alternatives. So don't pretend like you care about reproductive rights. You don't. You care about land and money and not the people. No, that's the truth, sir. I'm sorry. That is the truth. I have watched the statistics go down. I have seen the stories of the bins filled with aborted babies, Black aborted babies. I have seen that.
Can I address? You don't know my personal stance on abortion. You don't.
I am speaking in general.
Okay, but you were saying it right to me.
Well, you said we can't talk to anybody else, so who am I supposed to talk to?
I understand that.
I don't get that. So you talk.
No.
If I turn around and talk to them, you shut me down. So I'm bringing to you my opinion.
And
I'm bringing to you
and
my
I'm
voice.
glad to hear that.
I am saying it is not about a land use, and it's shame on us if that's all we make it about. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just to be clear. Just to be clear, you also made the accusation this is about money. The town gets no money from this. Let me finish. That property pays taxes, whether Planned Parenthood is in that suite or not. There is no additional revenue that we get. It has nothing to do with money. Okay, this is a public hearing with regards to a land use decision. Okay, that's what this is.
Sir, I did not say it was about you get the town
Okay.
getting money. It's about money. They're not doing this
Oh,
for free.
them. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I thought that was directed at me, but okay. Understood. Yep. Okay. Next, we had a gentleman in the back corner here.
Thank you. Thank you. Boy, sometimes it's not fun to be tall. I'm sorry, please forgive me. What is your name, sir?
Stephen Schultz.
Stephen Schultz. Thank you, Stephen. I didn't bring paper tonight. I didn't expect to be saying anything at all. So I decided to write on my hand. I hope you don't mind. As one leader to another.
Could you introduce yourself, by the way?
I sure can. I'm sorry again. My name is Chad Newton. I'm called Dr. Chad on Facebook. I hold my PhD in organizational leadership, my master's in HR from Nazareth, my bachelor's in management from Roberts Wesleyan College. I am an online professor. I deal with business ethics, leadership studies, the science of psychology of organizations as systems, and so forth. And it is my privilege to be here tonight because some things I've heard, I must admit that they bother me a little bit as one leader to another. Okay. So this is actually addressed at you, and I'm going to address Planned Parenthood. I've heard you say tonight that the idea of when they address the religious beliefs, that these are just beliefs. Well, let's be careful about saying that kind of phrase. We're all believers here tonight in something. And if all beliefs are just beliefs, and Christianity is just another religion as Buddhism is, well, so is any social system of beliefs that we have. As Nietzsche would tell you, if God is dead, then so are the systems of your beliefs of where they come from. Therefore, your laws are also meaningless. They're just man-made belief systems that will live today and die tomorrow. Where you see ideals, I see what is human. Alas, all too human. So when you use the words like laws and values, I must ask you, where do they come from? Another person like you who lives and dies? By what? Evolution? By mere nothingness? Where does that come from? If we study the history of any discipline, we know that we believed in laws at one time because we believed in a lawgiver. And if you believe in a lawgiver, you know that there are values designed by that lawgiver if you believe in any lawgiver at all. I will add to this also. Earlier you said something about, well, there are gods and, they're made up here in the West. Well, I would ask you, at what time in history were you talking about? If you're talking about, say, 16th century, you're talking about the Protestant Reformation that came over here. Well, that was the English Protestant movement, but nonetheless, they were still Christians who built the colonies that were here around the area that we're in right now. And our forefathers who made those ancient documents you're talking about, yes, many of them were believers in the Judeo-Christian faith founded by the reformers from the Catholic Church, like John Calvin and Martin Luther and John Wesley and the others. I'll add this as well. This goes to you, Planned Parenthood. You've heard the talk tonight about the issue about death for profit. It's the film Unplanned that revealed a lot about the unethical behaviors in that organization and that they're afraid of here today. I'm not even a citizen here in this town. I'm from Greece. But I will tell you this, I've seen more women hurt more when they were told to get an abortion, and it was really about making money. And when the director of the facility said, why are we doing so much of this if we're really a nonprofit? The director said in the film, nonprofit is just a tax code. They're about making revenue off of a direct procedural process called abortion. Not about women's rights. They could care less about their rights. This was about capitalism at its finest, taken to the extreme, to almost being a religion itself. So we must ask ourselves at some point, if beliefs are just beliefs, and you're truly right about saying that if you're right, then none of us here have any laws to go by at all, because they're man-made rules that die tomorrow by a new law that we make up, by a new philosophy, a new system that comes up. That's what we're about here in the West. Individualism at its finest. So I ask you as one leader to another, when people will remember you in a textbook about this community or this town, how do you want them to remember you tonight? Just talking about land? Or about the bigger picture here that surrounds that land and the folks who live in it? You are the leader, one to another. I'd love to hear your answer. I'll stand here and listen to you.
So my grandfather on my mother's side was Mohawk Indian, not Christian.
Right.
Very different set of beliefs. And I don't know, we'll find out when the minutes come out whether I actually said just beliefs. If I did, it certainly was not to brush off beliefs.
Okay.
Beliefs are deeply held by a lot of people. For some individuals, they're just beliefs, but for most people, they are deeply held. Okay. But my point is, there are many different systems, and this country was founded on the principle that there would not be a state religion. Even the founding fathers, while yes, most of them were Judeo-Christian, they all had very different beliefs as well. You had the Thomas Jefferson, who was a theist and who edited the Bible and removed a bunch of passages that he didn't agree with, right? So, I mean, even our founding fathers had a wide belief. There's no question, right? So like I said, the key is that I don't see that, again, there is a religious belief that governs our laws. We all have our personal, we bring our personal beliefs to this. From a philosophy, we could go all night, and that's not the place at a public hearing in terms of, you have philosophers who claim God created man and philosophers who claim man created God. We're not going to answer that question tonight. We could be here for years and never answer that question.
We could, yeah.
Right. So the point about the land use is this decision ultimately, and you can talk about what we have to do. It is ultimately a land use decision. Now understand what that means. Again, it's zoning laws, it's seeker laws, it's other things like that. One of the things we're going to have as a town board is a discussion with our attorney as for what we can and can't rule on. Because if we make a ruling that isn't based on those laws, just like Brave filed a Section 78 hearing, so could Planned Parenthood. And they could go to a judge and get that overturned if we don't rule properly. So whatever we're trying to do here, and I have no idea where this is going to end up. I really don't. We're trying to follow the laws because, again, ultimately that's our job here is to follow those laws. So I get it. We're giving people a chance to hear. I am sure the applicants would prefer we didn't, but this town board and every town board I've served with has taken the opinion or the stance that our residents, and granted, you're not all of our residents,
right?
That our residents' opinions matter and we should take the time to hear them. Okay. I will say that just to let people know in case you want to save up, I don't intend to put forth a motion today because we have a lot to discuss as a board internally, and we have to understand our legal positions and what we can and cannot rule on, because I have no intention of ruling illegally, for lack of a better way to put it.
And for that matter, thank you for explaining that. And I'll on this, and I'll walk away. I'll say to you is, if you were one of my students in my class, the question for the essay would be is being stuck between a rock and a hard place, which I see you in right now. Make the best one that you can sleep on at night. That's what I tell all my students. And God bless you for having the courage to stand in that role. That's a hard role to be in. All right. Thank you.
Very much aware of that. Thank you. Who hasn't come up yet? No.
Hello, my name is Deanna Joy. I am a resident of the city of Rochester. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak, but I'm also co-director of Rock Love Land Abortion. It's a sidewalk ministry team that is present on the sidewalk outside of different abortion clinics. I'm just going to read an article dated March 7th, earlier this year, 2022. It's from lifenews.com. It's titled "Public Outcry Shuts Down Proposed New Planned Parenthood Abortion Clinic in California." Residents of Visalia, California, stopped the Planned Parenthood abortion chain from expanding in their community this month after the city council, quote, indefinitely, unquote, delayed action on the matter. Visalia Times Delta reports the city council, quote, continued indefinitely, unquote, a public hearing scheduled for Monday and later removed it from the meeting agenda after receiving numerous complaints. Lauren Babb of Planned Parenthood, Mar Monte, confirmed their plans to expand have been thwarted for now. This is a quote, we were forced to give up our sale option due to strong objection from the community, Babb said. According to the local news, quote, our goal is to find a location to give care in Visalia, and we will continue working with community partners to make sure this happens, end quote. Objections to the plan came from pro-life residents as well as local businesses near the new site where Planned Parenthood had chosen to expand. Late last year, local real estate developer Dave Painter expressed concerns about the facility opening next to his Sequela Mall property after learning that the planned medical facility really was a Planned Parenthood, according to the report. Painter also appealed a vote by the City Planning Commission approving a permit for the project. It appears that Planned Parenthood hid its plans to expand in Visalia, even from city leaders. Rafael Garcia, senior planner for the city, told the Sun Gazette that he did not know the new medical facility was a Planned Parenthood until they received Painter's letter. In its permit application to the city, the abortion chain did not mention its name. Instead, it described itself as, quote, a leading provider of high-quality healthcare services, including pediatric and adult primary care services to thousands of women, men, and children throughout California every year. By investing in communities, expanding healthcare to all, according to the Sun Gazette. City leaders approved the permit as part of routine business in December, with little discussion and no mention of Planned Parenthood, according to the report. Babb said her employer will keep looking for another location in the city. She also said they do not plan to do abortions at the new facility, the Times Delta reports. However, every Planned Parenthood refers for abortions if they do not abort unborn babies on site. Planned Parenthood provides few actual health services, and it does not offer real choice to pregnant mothers. Its prenatal services numbers are so low that they are almost non-existent, and former CEO Leanna Wen admitted its, quote, core mission, end quote, is abortions. Its latest annual report, which is publicly available online, shows more than 354,000 abortions, about 40% of all abortions in the US. Meanwhile, the same report showed that many of Planned Parenthood's actual health services continue to decline. It provided less contraception, sterilizations, cancer screenings, adoption referrals, and other women's health services than the previous year, mirroring a continued downward trend. Its patient numbers also have been dropping steadily over the past decade amid numerous reports of alleged unethical and illegal activities, including selling aborted baby body parts, botching abortions that killed women, covering up from the sexual abuse of minors, discriminating against pregnant and racial minority employees, exploiting young girls by selling selling cross-sex hormones and more. So I would really encourage reconsideration of the expansion of Planned Parenthood here to Henrietta. It's going to, just from what you've seen tonight, it's going to be a snowball. This is just the beginning. And this is something, is this something you want to hear in Henrietta? There are going to be advocates, as there are present in other Planned Parenthoods outside, advocating for the men and women that are coming in and out to support whatever their unique situation is, and to direct them with resources within the community where they can get the help that they're looking for, or just somebody to talk to find out what their real need is. So just again, this could be a way to also be a burden on your taxpayers here in Henrietta. So please do reconsider. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I would just like to note that the Planned Parenthood made clear they were Planned Parenthood from the get-go. They have never tried to hide the fact that they were Planned Parenthood. So just to be clear. In the red. Oh, wait, have you spoken already? I'm sorry. Have you spoken already? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna call on someone else then first.
She hasn't spoken.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, it's orange. Hey, there was someone else in red over there. Yeah, I didn't realize it was who it was. Sorry.
Well, it says masks required outside, and I thought, there's a pandemic, so I should wear
No,
my
it's
mask.
absolutely. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you. My name is Dinashri. I'm a resident of Henrietta. I want to thank you so much for being here.
Dinashri, could you do me a favor and stand in front of the mic so
Sorry,
that
sorry.
for minutes and the people out in the
To the
hallway?
folks here from Planned Parenthood, I want to thank you so much. This is such a hostile environment. People can believe passionately about what they believe in. I am 100% for women's right to choose. It shouldn't be up to anyone else. Strongly believe if you're against abortion, then you should not have an abortion, and then you should be able to seek the services that would help you. There are things, I'm very public. I'm a Democrat. I hate that Chick-fil-A is here because they've had an anti-LGBTQ history, but they're here based on the same logic. We're in the same party. I was mad at you about it. It happens. There's gun shops here now in Henrietta, which what about pro-life then? You can buy a gun and go kill people because that should have actually more of a right than I do over my own body. How is that pro-life? So this is about being pro-birth, forcing women to have a baby when it can go against medical advice of their doctor, when it can be because they can't afford to have the baby. And I also would be so curious if all the people up here shouting about it needs to be that you have to protect the baby and you have to make sure that abortion can never happen again. Are you voting for people in office that are also then trying to pass legislation that help those children that are born in poverty? I don't think so. I bet all of you are voting for folks that are withholding child tax credits, that are not allowing for programs that help folks that are in situations where they don't have the money to take care of those children. And it is just so disgusting. You don't want an abortion, don't get an abortion. No woman is going in there thinking, I can't wait to have an abortion today. They're going in there because there is something so deeply awful that has happened. They might have been violated. They could have been raped. It could be by a family member, and you're asking them and telling them, not even asking, you're telling them that you have more of a right over their body than they do. It's absolutely disgusting. It's none of your business. Again, you don't want an abortion, don't get an abortion, but don't tell me or anyone else that we can't have an abortion. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next, we're going to take someone from online.
Ellen, you are unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Excuse me if I get into a coughing fit. I'm recovering from the flu, but hopefully that won't happen. Thank you. My name is Ellen Duncan, and I want to speak about specifically about the application. I looked at the application and something struck me. I noticed that it's actually incomplete. Per the requirements of Henrietta Code and the special use permit instructions on the town website, the application doesn't include the letter from the property owner, and that is specifically listed as an item that is required for a complete application. Another thing I noticed is that the special use permit section of the code, Article 12, states that an application needs to be submitted 30 days prior to this hearing. But this application is dated May 3rd, and the letter of intent is dated April 28th. Furthermore, yes?
I just want to make it clear, we can have the hearings before the 30-day clock, whether we rule on it or not before the 30-day clock is the key issue. So we've done this on a number of things, like we just did this with the Masonic Lodge. We had a hearing before the 30-day clock was up because we knew there were a lot of people who wanted to speak on it. So just make that clear. And I will note that we do have the letter from the landlord. If it's not in the packet, we'll make sure that that is the packet that's online. We'll make sure that's corrected. I apologize.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, well, I guess I would state by that is the point of having the 30 days and also having the letter included, the letter from the property owner included in an application. Having that 30 days prior is to give not only you, but also members of the public the chance to fully digest the application. And so that's where I would kind of disagree. But there's one last thing that I wanted to address specifically about the application. So hearing what you just said, I just read the town code, and to me, it sounds like this public hearing isn't valid because it hasn't met the application wasn't submitted 30 days prior. But besides that, Planned Parenthood is not a permitted use in a B1 district. So there's as you know, there's an extensive list of uses that can be permitted in a B1 district by a special use permit, but a medical center is not one of them. The fact that others are enumerated, but medical centers are not, weighs against any use of general catch-all language to allow for this use. So I wanted to bring that up as well.
Yeah, I believe it's under, and I can't quote the number off the top of my head right now. Actually, I might have it in here. But there is a other use with special use permit. There is a catch-all. I'll point out that laser tag isn't in an enumerated list either. And that's in a commercial B1 district. I mean, I understand that, and this goes back to why, we absolutely discussed whether this, what constitutes retail. We've had the same discussion with the cannabis facility that is looking to come to Henrietta. It's a medical cannabis retail. It's a retail pharmacy by definition. And, there is a clause in A1 permitted. It's the very first one that says any retail use. Okay, that seemed to fit. This isn't exactly retail. In commercial B2, there is a medical use. Mm-hmm. And so that's another commercial use. It's absolutely listed in a commercial district, but it is not listed in B1, which is why it comes under the catch-all for another commercial use within, but with a special use permit. Interesting. If they were in a commercial B2, they wouldn't even be here for a hearing. They wouldn't need a special use permit. The strange thing about the way our code is set up is those commercial B2 locations are right alongside residences. this particular location, there are some residences, there are a small handful of residences across the railroad track to the north, but it's mostly commercial. So in essence, I actually think those two are backwards. I'd rather see the medical uses further away from the residences. But we certainly were not going to change our zoning in response to an application like this coming in. So when we analyzed it and I consulted with the town attorney, they have applied under the, it's B6, I think. I don't remember the exact number, but it's the catch-all for other commercial use with a special use permit. So it is B6. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I would just say in response to that, well, first you mentioned the laser tag, which obviously is very different from a medical center.
Understood.
Oh, excuse me?
I said understood.
Oh, okay. But the other point I was trying to make was just, the fact that there are other uses enumerated in the special use permit, listing, but medical centers are specifically not mentioned, whereas like you said, they are in B2 districts. I would say, that weighs against any use of general catch-all language to allow, it for this use. So that's where my argument is. That's why I don't think that, a Planned Parenthood would even be permitted in this space.
Except with that said, we've permitted a number of urgent care facilities under that same clause. We permitted the U of R Orthopedic Center to go in at the mall under that same clause. So it's very consistent. When a medical facility comes into B1, they come in under that particular clause because, again, it is another commercial use. It is expressly enumerated in the B2 list, but it is not in B1. And that clause basically says any other commercial or business use with the approval, with obtaining a special use permit. So I understand where you're saying our town attorney disagrees with you. You can disagree with him. Being perfectly blunt, I'm going to pay attention to the town attorney that's his specialty. Obviously, if you decide to challenge this ruling, you can bring that point to a judge and the judge would make the decision.
Okay, thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you. Okay. Woman with a stripe. Yep. Before you speak, do me a favor. If you've already spoken, don't raise your hand until we've gotten I'd rather everybody get through once before we start having repeats. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so a lot of the arguments that this lady just did is the same ones that I have, except for let me.
I'm sorry, can you state your name?
Oh, it's Lois, and I'm a Henrietta resident for almost 40 years now. There is an appendix to your clause that you're referring to, and if I can pull that up, hold on, because I want to get back to this. Actually, I'm going to start here because you're talking about that you have to do things under the law, right? That you have to follow the code completely. That's what you keep saying to us. This is all about the land and you got to follow the law. And yet one of the first things on your Article 12 is that you have to have 30 days of a complete application, which is included on your list. Oh, this isn't it. On the list, wherever that is, it states that that letter from the owner is required with the application in order for it to be a complete application. When did you even receive that, number one? Because on the 28th is when the request was made. It was already past due time for them to have the meeting held here. So that's when he was requesting for the owner for that letter. So you didn't get it before the 28th. So if we're going to follow the law, let's follow the law. No rights does Planned Parenthood have for special privileges.
Agreed. As I've said, we're not ruling on this tonight.
Well, that it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter, because you had 30, it says 30
So you want me to
days.
throw out all of the public hearing? We'll just delete everything everybody has said to us tonight?
We need to you need to refer to this as an information session rather than the required hearing. Yes. The fact is this cannot be the required public hearing that requires 30 days in advance. Yes, I'm saying that you need to use this as an information session.
Or we can keep the hearing open till the next meeting. Either way, fine. This is not a public hearing.
Okay.
I'll discuss that with my attorney, but.
Okay. Well, in addition to that, this is a very vague. This application is very vague. Like, for instance, they have given no indication whatsoever how he feels that they feel that they qualify for an approval based on 54. And that, what is the number? 295-54, where it gives you the list of all of your, it's the denial for this.
They actually did say that tonight. They did go through that all tonight. And we do have that in the.
But I didn't hear a single thing that they said
Okay,
that
well.
actually referred to 54.
He,
I mean, they indicated they have abortions. Well, what is?
no, hold on. When he first came up, I've heard these enough that I recognized him. He was essentially going right down those A through I.
And he's indicating that he qualifies for all of those. Well, I can tell you right now that you're going to have a crowd of people around that facility because we got all the people from Deanna's group that's going to be there protesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're going to have to be aware of that. How about the ambulances coming in and out because of the people that are going to have to be ambulanced from their facilities over to the hospital because they can't take care of kids after they damage them through an abortion. Are you aware of that? I mean, there's so many things here, but there's also a clause in here that states, I'm sorry, I got so many papers up here. Any use, it's the appendix to the clause you're saying is what you've been using. There's an appendix here. It says that any use not otherwise enumerated herein as permitted in a B1 district is prohibited. So with this clause that nullifies the other one and makes it so it's not prohibited. And I'll tell you what, the fact of the matter is in B2 where they do allow the medicals, they don't allow animal hospitals there. As a matter of fact, if you look at that, you can't even get a permit, a special use permit in B2 because for an animal hospital. And a lot of these things that are permitted in B2 is not permissible in B1. And the same thing goes the other way. If it's permissible in B1, it's not permissible in B2.
That's not true, actually.
Well, I'm not an attorney, but I would look into that if I was you.
Okay. So we are aware of, so the difference is this. In B2, under 295-16B 18 is expressly listed, animal hospitals are prohibited in B2 commercial districts. So it is expressly enumerated that they are prohibited there.
Exactly.
Right.
But if you look at the pattern, I mean, like in B1, how many times has that been appendixed? How many times has that been revised? I mean, it's been revised over and over and over again, and yet medical was never added to that list. Why was that never added to that list? I would say it's because we already have an area designated for medical.
Okay.
And B1 is not it, which is why it's not allowed.
Sure. But let me bring up Jefferson Road, which is full of industrial districts. that are full of commercial, right? Why are they there? Because under industrial, there is a catch-all that any use in a commercial zone can be put in there. And so half of the stores, in fact, many of those plazas, half of the plaza is industrial, half of the plaza is in resident or is in commercial, and they have the exact same stuff in it because there are catch-alls. There is no question, there are some, in fact, we were just discussing this earlier, there are some, I'll call them legacy things that you get into this, which one takes precedence, and that catch-all where it says any use not enumerated is prohibited. That is not a common thing in commercial, but the issue then gets into prior to that one is the one that says that is enumerated that any use, other commercial use is allowed. So for instance, if you're gonna take a strict enumeration standpoint, nowhere does it say I can have a grocery store. It says stores or shop for conducting any retail business. Well, that's a pretty catch-all, right? So if they sold t-shirts, could they come in straight in under A1?
It doesn't nullify that they're a medical, which is what they're stating.
I understand. I'm just asking that question. If you're going to take that literally, could they basically sell a t-shirt? And I bring this up because I will tell you, there are absolutely some CBD dealers who are trying to pull this stuff. They say, well, I'm selling a t-shirt. I just happen to be giving away pot when I sell the t-shirt, but I'm a retail use and I should be allowed anywhere in the town, right? So there are catch-alls. I mean, the very first one in 295-14A1 is a catch-all. Stores and shops for conducting of any retail business, but not other. And we actually added later on because there was some issues that, oh, by the way, there were certain retail businesses that we excluded. Well, one could argue that, well, they were allowed in one. So we then added not otherwise listed in 295-15, which basically details which of those are, 14B, which of those require a special use permit, and 295-15, which of those are expressly prohibited. So I get it. And again, I will tell you, as far as bring these up, this is good. Ultimately, I'm going to go with the recommendation of our town attorney. If I suspect you're going, no matter what happens here, someone's going to do a Section 78 challenge, whether it's you or whether it's the applicant. You'll be bringing those cases and you'll be arguing in front of a judge, and it will be the judge's decision and not mine. But we're going to do what, again, consistently the way we've interpreted those rules. When if the judge comes and says, you know what, this is ambiguous, you need to clean this up, we will clean it up. But I certainly was not going to do it with a pending application, because we look at that. Our town attorney could tell you, I've complained about that previously. Unfortunately, we've been doing a lot of other stuff. I wish I had cleaned it up the first time I complained about it 3 years ago. But it's one of those that it's not often we get as contentious an application as this one. And so it's one of those, unfortunately, we let it slide, and now we're being, I would call it bitten for it. But again, the way this town has always interpreted that is that because those catch-alls, they come first before if it's not listed, it's not allowed.
And who's their neighbor?
Pardon?
Who's their neighbors for this building? Who would be their neighbors?
The other companies in that plaza.
Yeah, who are they?
I can't list them all off the top of my head. The Goodwill, there's the Just Chicken.
Anime store.
It's loaded. It's loaded with restaurants and things like that. So now we have baby parks, human blood.
Sure.
We have all of these things, all of these sanitary issues that are sitting next to restaurants, the disposals of the baby parts. I mean, you guys got to consider all of that.
So again, that is governed by the New York State Department of Health. There are procedures and protocols for dealing with any bodily fluids or bodily disposal. They will have to follow those or they will get shut down. I will say, you know, again, when we consider approving or denying this, one of the conditions we've absolutely put on here is that they have to stay compliant with the New York State Department of Health and their condition of need. So I understand that. I will also note that there was a hookah shop applied for in that location, and I think they actually, I think that's the one that got approved. There was a church that they're gone, but they were in there as well. So I mean, church certainly doesn't fall under commercial use, right? And yet it's there. So now it's possible that might be permitted. Oh, churches are number 12. So they're under 12. So like I said, I get it. It's not all exactly the same. You know, these plazas do have some different stuff, but like I said, we'll absolutely look at that. We will get the advice from our town attorney and we will follow the law.
And you need to put the letter up on with the rest of the application online. I also want to state some things that is not highly known, but is all documented about Planned Parenthood. There are case after case after case of filings and wins and settlements of where someone has gone into Planned Parenthood and they refused, though they were underage and pregnant, refused to report the statutory rape. Now, I don't know if this lady here, if the law was 14, because a lot of states are 13, whether she qualified for that statutory rape. And during that period of time, she may have highly qualified, and yet nobody helped her. We have case after case I can present to you about this company who has helped sex traffickers. I can give you videotaping of them helping sex traffickers learn how to go around the law so that they don't get caught. I can give you all kinds of information of illegals. It's illegal to sell baby parts to people. It is illegal to have partial birth abortion, but yet this is happening with Planned Parenthood all over the country. You need to take into consideration not just that they're a medical service, but they also have highly been involved with illegal activities. And I can present those cases to you. They're all
So
documented.
you're welcome to send me PDFs. Do not send me videos. Our firewall will screen them out. So, but if you have PDFs, you're welcome to send them supervisor@henrietta.org. I will add that to the information for the town board members to take a look at.
Yeah, because I mean, we don't want to bring illegal. And like people said, there's plenty of places here already existing that people can get these services. We don't need this one in a Henrietta. Thanks for your time, guys.
Thank you.
Supervisor Schultz, if this is,
Want to take a break?
I was thinking maybe we could.
Yeah,
take
we're
a
gonna
brief
take
break.
a 5-minute bio break. What's that? 10-minute?
Yeah, I want to talk to you guys if we can get maybe tack on a few minutes onto that for
Okay.
attorney-client.
So
Do we need to make a motion for that?
If you could, yeah.
Are we gonna move to attorney-client privilege session, or what are you talking about?
Yeah, if we could talk maybe for 5 and 10 minutes after
Okay.
that bio break. I would
Okay,
appreciate it.
so we're gonna take a 10-minute break. And we'll announce when we're back in session. We will be reconvening shortly, so if you're interested in gathering, please do so. Okay. So, just a couple notes, based off of the discussion, the attorney-client privilege discussion we just had. A couple things we're going to do. We are going to have a second public hearing on June 22nd, largely due to some of the information that came in late. So we will be holding a second public hearing. People are welcome to continue to speak tonight, or you can wait and speak at that meeting. Obviously, no decision will be made tonight, which we weren't really planning to do one tonight anyways. But like I said, if you prefer to wait and come back and speak on the 22nd, feel free. Otherwise, we'll continue to hear some discussion tonight, but we do have a lot of other items on the agenda to get through. We are not going with the one in 2 weeks, the next meeting, because that's already a really full agenda. So we're going to schedule it for the 22nd. So that will also give the town board time to absorb everything we've heard, give us a chance to have further discussions with our attorneys on what bases we can and cannot use in our decision making, and go from there. So I don't know if you were expecting a decision tonight, but like I said, I would have been shocked if there would have been one tonight, because we were fully anticipating that there was going to be pushback. And typically what happens at the public hearings, if there is no additional pushback, if there's no additional hearings, a lot of times we will make the decision then. Sometimes if it's a long range decision, like some of the changes to town code, even if there isn't public pushback, we still wait a meeting. But for one like this, obviously, we're going to need time to deliberate. The 5 or 10 minutes we just took was certainly not going to cover it. We take this responsibility very seriously. I know that there are some people who probably think they know where everybody stands on this issue. You probably don't. One of the things I will note, I am an argumentative person from the get-go. So you will often hear me, there was one thing I was arguing against it the whole time and I voted for, or vice versa. That's my nature. I'm an engineer by nature. I challenge things. I always joke that I am not a politician. I am an engineer in office. Okay. I do things, in fact, our attorney was just talking about that most town supervisors don't, in terms of how much I dig into this, how much I try to understand the law, the code, the stuff. When I came out of retirement to serve the community, it was to do that, to serve the community. I don't do this because I need the job. The company I started was very successful. I don't need to work ever again in a day of my life. But I didn't like what I was seeing in town hall, and I decided to run and work to serve the community as best I can. Okay. Every one of these board members, every board member I've served with has taken that same, I'll call it oath, dedication. We take this job very seriously and we look at this stuff very seriously. We don't do something because it's popular. I don't do anything to get reelected. I do it because I think it's right. And again, I don't know which way this is going. I honestly don't know how I'm going to vote. I really don't. A lot of the ones I do. But we really need to dig in and understand some of this stuff more. I thank you for everybody who's brought opinions, both for and against. We have to look at, again, ultimately our decision is a land use decision. What can and can't fold into that? that's some stuff that we're gonna have to have a bunch of attorney-client privilege discussions to understand that better. So with that said, I will open the floor up again if people wish to continue to speak. But again, if you in any way can make it to the next meeting, because I'm sure that one's gonna want people speaking. If you can make it to that next one, I would prefer that because we have a bunch of stuff to get through. And again, our next town board meetings also got a huge full schedule. So with that said, right here in the black, third row. And I apologize, as I've gotten older, when I look at my devices, my eyes focus near, you guys are all in a soft focus right now. So if I misidentify you, I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. And my name is Donna Carney. I live in Ogden. And I just wanted to say that pro-life people like myself and most of the people that I know are not judging women who have had abortions, because, you know, a lot of pro-life people, a lot of women have had abortions that are pro-life now. And so we don't look down on people that have had them. And we, you know, we just hope that they come around and they, you know, they have, they attain discernment to realize that it's a life that's being, you know, taken. It's a baby, and the baby can feel pain at a certain point in its growth, and it's very inhumane to you know, to take a baby away painfully. And I think it's just, we would not do that to an animal or to a, you know, a dog or a cat or whatever, rip it out of its mother if it, you know, feels pain or whatever. So I just wanted to say that I have people in my family that I love very much that are pro-choice, and some of them have had abortions. A good friend of mine had an abortion, and she is a really good person, and I love her. And I know that she suffers with it and she buries it deep inside, and because she has a good conscience and all. But, you know, I think that if she really thought about aborting her baby at the time when she did, she was in college, it would really, really rip her apart. And so she kind of keeps it under the surface and she rationalizes it. And I understand that. We do. We understand that. And so we don't look down on people that have had abortions. And we just feel bad that it's going to catch up with them someday if they have a conscience. And, you know, I personally have never had an abortion, but I'm happy that my mother gave me birth, you know. So I, that's basically what I have to say and all. And so I just think that I wish there was a way that we could change hearts about this, because it really is killing a human person, which could be your sister, your brother, you know, if your mom had aborted them, or your child, if you have children or whatever. So I just wanted to say that and again, we don't judge people that have had abortions and all, because we all have done things. I have done horrible things in my life, and I'm really sorry for the things that I've done. And I won't do those things again. We're human. But killing is wrong. And so that's what I just wanted to say to people, you know, so that's.
Thank you. Purplish color, lilac, I don't know what.
Thank you for having this hearing, or not hearing, I don't know. My name is Allison King. I live about a mile from here. I love women. I am a woman. My household gives significant money every single month to help women not only come to term, you know, because it is a terrible decision that they have to face when nobody wants to make that decision. But I support organizations that give a choice and give free medical care and supplies and referrals to women to get to birth, but not only get to birth, but support for the entire year after birth. And I guess I just wanted to say I'm one more Henrietta resident. I know that there was a bunch here out in support for life against Planned Parenthood. I just wanted to go down the books as one more voting resident that is against it. And I know it's a hard decision, but I just would hope that that would sway you. I know we'll come out in numbers for voting time. I know that you don't care about that. That's okay. But I just want to say that. Thank you so much for having this.
Thank you. Row in the black. Yep.
Good evening. Give an honor to everyone who is here. My name is DJ Robinson, and I am an abortion trauma survivor. I've had surgical abortion, and I've also had medical abortion. And I saw the Zoom, and I'm sorry, but I broke down before I got here. I don't really know a lot of the ins and outs, and I'll come back on the 20th just to keep my comments, 22nd, to keep my comments short tonight. But I am here. I had to be here when I saw what was going on, because my question was, is it because the population in Henrietta is becoming increasingly African-American that this is happening? Just questions, not saying that, but these were things that go through my mind because I'm a city resident, and in the city, in the neighborhood where I live, there are 3 family planning clinics, but we only have 1 grocery store. And there are no psychiatric or mental health supports for women of my community. I'm not going to make it a thing about color, but after the abortion, there were no medical or mental health supports in place for women who have the psychological breakdowns. So I found myself going to the hospitals to receive mental health treatment, which brings the insurance costs way up. So when we're considering putting a place for people to have a choice, we also should consider what are the supports in place pre-decision and post-decision. Maybe had I had a few days, because my hormones were fluctuating and all over the place for making a decision, if there had been some things in place to help with the mental health portion of making that decision, I may have made a different decision and would not still be breaking down when I'm on my way to work or seeing things like this that trigger. So I'll save the rest of my comments and I'll come back on the 22nd, but I just wanted to be here as a representation to lend my voice to this community.
Thank you. And I will echo your comments that I find that there is a underwhelming support for mental health in this country. There is unfortunately food deserts. You know, the one thing I will note, we as the town don't invite any of these people to come here. Right. So, you know, someone said, why don't you bring in an adoption center? We don't bring any of them in. They come and apply here. So they have realtors, they find a location that they think would be a good fit and they come in. So we even get this for restaurants. Why did you choose that location for the restaurant? We didn't choose that location, the realtor did, or the, you know, the restaurant owner, you know. But I absolutely agree with the mental health. That is a huge problem in this country. decades ago, they greatly reduced support for mental health. And quite honestly coming back to bite us. And, you know, I remember the quote from the Dallas Police Department, who basically said, you know, we stopped supporting mental health and we said, let the cops take care of it, right? We stopped support for homeless people, said, let the cops take care of it. And then you wonder why we have problems with conflicts between individuals and police officers, because they're doing jobs that really isn't their job. Right. And so they're, you know, unfortunately, we're not going to solve all the problems at town board. But I just want you to know, I absolutely agree with you in that regard. So thank you.
I also would like to address your comment about the increase in the number of people of color in Henrietta. I've been a resident here for 54 years. Henrietta is one of the most family-oriented, welcoming places that you can find, which is directly related to the increase of people of color. And equity
ethnicity and
equity and
all over,
inclusion
yeah.
are one of the main goals of our school district and our community. So I just wanted to answer that for you. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yep. The woman in the, I guess it's third row. Yep. Yep, you.
My name is Susan. I've been a resident of Henrietta for a long time. Born and raised. Been
Just
born,
you can pull the mic towards your mouth. There you go.
born and raised in Henrietta. Lived here a long time. I guess there's been questions that have come up that I want to know, will they be answered, such as what are they going to do about the medical waste from this? I mean, will those questions be answered to the board or to, I mean, they've been thrown out, but they haven't responded.
So again, that is more the purveyance of the New York State Department of Health. Whether we will get those answers or not before then, I can't answer that right now. I need to talk to our town attorney.
Okay, so Mr. Schultz, that is one of the concerns though, because once you get your foot in the door and you're established, you know, then, all right, they've got carte blanche. You say, I know, you say New York State Health is their,
well, let me just address. So for instance, when we have a restaurant here, we don't get into what do they do with the food waste, right? That's covered by the health department. We don't get into, you know, there's a lot of things that we don't get into that are essential for those businesses to operate. We don't get into, are all their employees washing their hands before they're serving food? New York State Health pays a lot of attention to that. You know, the licensing for massage parlors or, you know, beauticians, all that stuff. Again, that's not our purview. That is the state's purview. The liquor authority, right, for serving alcohol. We don't get involved in that. That is the Bureau of, I forgot what it's called, Alcohol Control Board. So, you know, the closest we come with those is we basically say whether, yes, that area is properly zoned or allowed to have alcohol. And from there it's them. So again, same thing with the Department of Health. We will be coordinating with them to say this is or is not an allowed use in this area. But ultimately it's over. We don't have anybody who is a medical professional. Right? We don't have a director of health in the town. So
I understand that.
Okay.
My concern is that this is kind of more life and death than somebody washing their hands, this or that. You know, that's my concern. That's all. So I have been to Planned Parenthood and had an abortion in my younger days. There was no one that asked me, and I was 15, going close to 16. There was no one in Planned Parenthood that gave me other options, said maybe you could consider, you know, giving it up for adoption, or you could do this, or you could do that. There were no other alternatives. That was what they did, and that's what happened. And now people have talked about the post-abortion years later. It comes back to haunt you, and there's no amount of forgiveness. There is forgiveness, yes, but you still have to live with that, okay? that's a big deal. You know, I know they're whatever. So they've also been concerned about women's services in the area. So if Planned Parenthood is so concerned about women's services in other areas, are they, you know, are they in every, they're not in every county because they've said they're not. Are they, you know, in other areas of the country where there are women that probably need their services, but they choose not to go there because it's not profitable or whatever? These are just kind of questions I'd like to have thought about. Taxpayer money. You know, our economy is pretty bad right now. I mean, it's inflation, and we are going to support, I mean, taxpayers support this. You know, our taxpayer money is not going to go to these services. You know, I didn't pay anything when I went in. I didn't pay anything. So who's paying for it?
I don't know. I will tell you, no town taxpayer dollars are going towards it.
Really?
No.
I mean, well, all right, federal funding, but somebody, you know, somebody's paying for it. Nothing is free. Come on, we all know this, you know.
Hold on a second. For the record, from the audience, someone said federal funding.
I mean,
Okay, we'll have somebody, the next person I call on will address that
Okay.
answer.
So the point is, I mean, I know I didn't pay for anything unless it's changed in the last 50 years, whatever, but somebody's paying for it.
Right.
County.
Well, I can tell you that the town of Henrietta will not, we don't turn any dollars over to any business. So that's not a concern for your town taxpayer dollars. To be perfectly blunt, we wouldn't have the money even if we wanted to.
Right.
We have the lowest tax rate in the county. We operate very lean here. Anyway.
Okay. So anyway, those are, you know, just some things I was thinking about. And as a resident, I mean, I've lived here all, you know, like I said, all my life.
Yep.
I've been in the military. I've gone to other places, and I love this. I love it here. That's why I'm back. That doesn't mean, you know, I would want to stay if we start choosing to go down that road. Because from the moment of conception, there is science, there is data, everything, biology is there to show that it is a human being. And I, for one, never want to go back on that road again, ever. And I'm going to leave everybody with this. It's like, it is a moral choice. It is a moral choice. It may not affect you directly. You don't have to live next to it. You don't have to see it, but it is a moral choice. And I just ask everyone to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Name. What's that? Kenny needs her name. Oh yeah, did you introduce yourself? She didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Maybe the mic, or maybe you're stepping away. Just introduce yourself.
Susan Kircher.
Thank you. Okay. Woman in the front here in the black. You, yep. And again, if I'm misidentifying people, I'm sorry. You're all a soft focus.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Casey. I'm the president and CEO of Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York.
Of whom?
I'm Michelle Casey. I'm the president and CEO of Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York. There's been a lot of things stated here today, a lot of misinformation. We are an Article 28 diagnostic and treatment center that's governed by the New York State Department of Health. There are rules on the New York State website that people can access that show all the things that we have to follow. It's everything from air exchanges, from which ways doors swing, to how high the ceilings have to be, to what we have to do with our medical waste disposal. I can tell you that no medical waste is disposed on site. It is taken away. You know, there's just, it seems like there's a lot of questions here that don't have to do with the application.
Understood.
And I'm happy to answer any of those that the town board wants. You know, if you want more information, I'm happy to answer any of those questions tonight, or if you send me questions, I'm happy to answer them in writing. So I just make that offer to you. I would also say that we will be locating in Henrietta. If this special use permit does not get done, we will locate it in B2. I mean, it's so,
I understand.
yeah.
The-
So I just,
So one of the things I would like, we've heard a lot of stuff about statistics about the different services. If you could send again supervisor@henrietta.org, what the actual breakdown, especially for, if you have it for Planned Parenthood of Central and Western New York, if you could provide us that statistics.
you mean the service breakout between like,
The various services you
various types of-
provide, whether
Okay.
it's
I don't,
testing, exams,
I
that type
don't,
of
yeah,
stuff?
I don't really think it's relevant, but I can tell you right now off the top of my head, we provide, it depends on the year. COVID has dampened things, but between 35 and 40,000 visits a year across our affiliate in 18 counties. And around 7,000 of those visits a year are abortion related.
So you said about 35,000?
35 to 40,000, depending
40.
on the year.
Of which
COVID
7 are
has
abortion.
dampened the volumes a little bit. So last year was 35,000 and
Gotcha.
something.
Yep.
And about 7,000 or so are related to abortion.
So there has been a lot of talk about that one particular service that Planned Parenthood provides. I was just wondering if you could highlight maybe some of the other services that are provided, particularly for women who might have difficulty accessing OBGYN care.
Yeah, we provide care for people regardless of their ability to pay. We have some state funding that helps us with that. There are federal Title X monies that have just been reinstated that we will be getting some. None of that, no federal dollars go anywhere towards
No fed-
abortion
right.
services.
Yep.
We provide birth control, we provide STI and screening. We provide well women exams. We serve both men and women. We provide gender affirming hormone therapy. We don't treat we identify and diagnose cancer. We do not treat cancer, which most, I would think women in particular in the audience would know if they got diagnosed with any type of cancer, whether it be through a mammogram or it's some kind of other cancer related to, that it might find on a pap smear. None of that cancers are treated in an OBGYN office. They are treated in a hospital and through oncologists. They're not, so that would not be like a service that we would provide. So if there was a few things like that sort of were said that we don't provide, well, we don't do that. You know what I mean? Like we're just
No, I
not in
understand.
that business. So,
But you do provide cancer screenings?
yes, we provide cancer screenings. And, we have a lot of patient comments about, how people appreciate the non-judgmental care, how, sometimes people come in, they think they want an abortion and they don't, and they leave without it. We've had parents come in wanting their child to get an abortion, and the child didn't want the abortion. And so we have to call CPS services so that the child can be protected and can have their own choice about what to do with the pregnancy. There's not, I can't speak to people's experiences in other places, but I know that we do a lot of training and really just try to understand what the patient wants and needs and help them. And we do referrals to other types of services and care. We're starting a program that we just started in Buffalo, where we have hired a patient care navigator that we're doing with donor funds to help people with the social determinants of health. So if they need housing or food or things like that, and we're doing that on our own dime. That's not money that we get reimbursed for. But we feel like we need to be very patient-centered and person-centered. And so, we do a lot of staff training on things like sex trafficking, how to identify that, what to do if you see the signs of that, to make sure that we call the police, we get the right people involved, that kind of thing. So, and I think another issue that came up was it felt like a little bit of a threat about protesting and how much it might cost
Right.
y'all. But I would say that the property that we're talking about is private property, and the frontage of where we will be and where patients will park and staff is very far away from the road, and people will not be able to go on that private property unless they have permission. Like, they can't just protest on the private property. So they have to be very far away on the sidewalk, and it's less satisfying if they can't try to torment staff and torment the people who are seeking services.
Understood. Other questions? Any other questions from the town board? Well, I thank you, because you were originally online. Did you drive out here to?
No,
Oh, no.
I've been sitting and
You've
just
been sitting
listening.
just
Yeah.
quiet,
I thought maybe I'd listen to what was being said and then try to help clear up any kind of misunderstandings. There's a lot of things that have been said here that are completely untrue. And I can, if you have concerns about anything, I can provide.
So again, anything you want to
documentation.
send, supervisor@henrietta.org. You know, that's
Okay. Well, thank
Okay.
you very much for your
Thank
time. I
you.
appreciate it.
someone online.
Your biggest worries at Overstock.
Nope.
We have your next project covered.
Marie, you are able to talk.
Perfect. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Awesome. All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Marie Chernyavsky. I am a recent RIT student graduate. I actually got my degree in sign language interpreting. So thank you for having both interpreters here tonight. I really do appreciate it. I actually graduated just a few weeks ago, and I am currently actually 6 months pregnant. So I had a little buddy during my finals week, kind of, you know, kicking in my stomach, being very motivating. So I'm also was the president of Students for Life of America, which is a club on campus. When I was leaving, we were in the process of setting up the Pregnancy on Campus initiative, which helps with supporting moms who are pregnant on campus with lactation rooms, closer parking, and scholarships for young parents. So as I mentioned, I was a pregnant college student. I'm also Hispanic, which makes me the perfect target for Planned Parenthood, because they often promote the idea that in order to have a successful career, you need to choose college or your baby. That is simply not true. There's different services, especially here in Rochester. I've used some of them myself. For example, Caring Choices, located on Chili Ave. I was 6 weeks pregnant and trying to schedule a doctor's appointment, but my insurance was taking a lot longer to go through. So I could not get an appointment at an OBGYN. So I went to Caring Choices. They were able to get me in right away. I was able to have my first ultrasound and hear the heartbeat of my 6-week-old baby. They also offered me different supplies and counseling down the road. I'm fortunate that I didn't need any of those, but I did receive a supportive text a few days later. They were all just very sweet and encouraging the whole time. This is what women need: support. They do not need Planned Parenthood. I don't know if you were aware of the founder of Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger. She's a well-known racist, spoke at KKK meetings. Her goal for setting up Planned Parenthood was to eliminate people of color, like me. She called them weeds. This is not who you want to be supporting in Henrietta, living out her legacy. I have not had an abortion myself, and yet I have been personally affected by abortion, by Planned Parenthood. When I was 10 years old, my mom sat me down and told me that I was not her first child. She actually had 3 abortions before I was born. My mom regrets all 3 of those abortions. One of them was even from rape. She even testifies today that her abortion was actually more traumatizing than the actual rape. So not only did it affect her, but it affected me and all my siblings. I was on the sidewalk often, whenever I could, on University Ave, not protesting, but being there as advocates. We call ourselves sidewalk advocates. We are all peaceful. We just want to offer resources to women trying, going into Planned Parenthood. We do not yell at them. We are not bullying them. We are simply there with gift bags, with resources, supplies, snacks. Honestly, these are the sweetest people you will ever meet on the sidewalk. Also, just wanted to mention, Planned Parenthood says that they are, a women's healthcare facility. My mom actually went in looking for a mammogram, and I know the lady touched on that briefly before that, and she even said that they do not offer mammograms at their facility. But this is a vital, essential thing for women's health. So why is that not part of their thing if they're advocating so much for women's health? So I believe that we should be supporting more organizations such as Caring Choices. And I believe Henrietta should definitely be supporting them as well. These are the things that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will note that if Caring Choices came here for an application, we would consider them as well, obviously. So again, we don't support, we don't ask these organizations, companies, businesses, industries to come here. We basically provide the environment for which companies, businesses, restaurants can come. Again, it's getting rather late. We have a bunch of other business. If you could wish to speak tonight, do me a favor and try to keep it short. The public hearing will continue, or again, we're going to close this public hearing and reopen the public hearing on June 22nd. So what I also understand, if you're here and not going to be able to be here on the 22nd, you can speak tonight. So, okay. In the back corner.
Good evening. Thank you for being here and listening to us, for or against. Appreciate your service to the town. My name is John Urban. I have been a resident of Henrietta for 25 years. I've been in Monroe County for approximately 40. And for purposes of the meeting here tonight, I've been a former fetus for upwards of 55. I am pro-life. I know that most of the people here probably are along those lines. I do agree with the lady who was saying here that there's been a lot of things said here tonight, many of things which are not true or accurate. I'm not certain I agree with her perspective on that, but I do agree that there's a lot of things that have been said that are not true. I also appreciate that you're taking the time to listen to us. I appreciate that you want to set aside any arguments regarding morality or religion in terms of making your decision, because I understand the ramifications of this being a legal decision that you need to make. That being said, you did reference our founding documents and the aspect of what the town is here for in terms of caring for its residents in the community. And in regard to that, I'd like to share some perspectives on what it means to be pro-life. Pro-life, it means that we support life in all of its forms. Lives matter, whether they are black, white, or other, whether they are young or old or other, whether they are male or female or other, and whether they are born or unborn or other. Pro-life is in support of lives, whether they are in the womb or outside, and particularly the lives of the mothers who are caring for those unborn babies. I think it's important to note from a scientific perspective, in terms of what we mean by life. When we say pro-life, we should have an accurate definition for it, and it's a legal definition, going back to our founding documents, that there are certain unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is a legal term that we need to have. How we define life is very pertinent to this discussion. If you look at it from a biological perspective, there is a uniting of a sperm and an egg that creates a fertilized being that has a very distinct pattern of 46 chromosomes that is not reflected anywhere else, whether in the mother or in the father or any other human being on the face of the planet. So from a biological perspective, there is a fertilized egg, a fetus, a zygote, an embryo, however you wish to refer to the different stages of development, that is a unique human being. It is a living organism, and it is up to you as the board, among other decisions, to weigh whether that human being and organism constitutes an individual or a person from a legal perspective. That does branch into philosophy. I am not going to, necessarily branch into this for purposes of time or for the purposes of this board in general. What I think, though, we need to address, though, in terms of having a Planned Parenthood clinic within the town, which is pertinent to your decision that you are making regarding the land use permit, is what is the cost benefit of such a proposal? Certainly, there's been a lot of information shared, a lot of perspectives regarding the pros and cons of having such a clinic here. Certainly the long-term effects from a mental health perspective, a depression perspective, needs to be weighed just as much as the short-term perspective of police presence at the clinic or anything along those lines that could come about as a result of having the clinic in place. So I was wondering if you could address whether there is a plan for performing that sort of cost-benefit analysis and what the parameters of that search would be.
So, I mean, a lot of what you're talking about, let me first go back to the rights. All rights are comparative rights. Your right to free speech doesn't enable you to endanger my right to life or liberty. The classic thing is yelling fire in a crowded theater, right? All rights are comparative rights. The mother has right to her body too, right? And so that the big conundrum, if you will, the big argument is, at what point does the fetus's right to survive outweigh the mother's right to control of her body? I don't know that answer. A lot of people have different points where that occurs. You obviously are at the point of conception. There's a lot of others who feel otherwise, right? Then you get into what happens if the mother's life is in danger, right? Now, even if you look at it from a, call it a dispassionate biology standpoint, if you're talking about, if I'm going to risk the unborn baby or the mother, well, the mother can make more babies, right? So one could argue from a dispassionate standpoint that the mother's health always should trump the baby's health. But of course, that's also a personal decision, right? That mother may decide, I don't want to take that risk, right? This is all great discussion. I don't know how much of it weighs here in terms of cost benefit analysis. We don't do a cost benefit analysis of every single company that comes in here. We look at the parameters described in the special use permit. We look at the parameters described in seeker. We will probably look at this more than any other application we've looked at the entire time here. But can I tell you today exactly what we're going to look at in the next 4 weeks prior to the next public hearing? No, I can't go through it all. So I can't give you that cost benefit analysis. Other than, again, we look at all of that. And I won't say all of it, because some of it is outside our purveyance, right? In terms of the definition of those rights, that's not a town board decision. That's a New York State Constitution decision. We can't change the Constitution. That happens in Albany. So, unfortunately, I can't give you that answer other than to tell you we're going to look at a lot of stuff. We're going to look at this very thoroughly. We take this very seriously. But again, I honestly do not know where this is going to end up. I really don't.
I understand that. I appreciate your consideration as far as taking all of those things into account. In terms of whether a woman has a right to choose what to do with her body, I would actually debate that if you consider that that statement in and of itself would defend her having a right to suicide and to drug abuse. So I think it needs to be nuanced in terms of how you're interpreting it. And I appreciate how you mean that, and I will take it as much as you can, as much as I understand what you're saying. I will also say, though, that if you consider that organism inside the mother as being a separate human being, that is no longer her body to make decisions on. As a matter of fact, that puts the mother in a position where she is the person primarily responsible for the care and the protection of that infant in her womb. So there's a different perspective than what I often hear in regards to whether a woman has the right to choose what to do with her body, because that is not only her body that she is making a choice on.
What I would really love is for science to be able to transplant that embryo into the body of a male and have them take that stance. You know, I'll be perfectly blunt. It's very easy for us to get up here and say that, or say a particular position. I've been through, you know, we had miscarriage. My wife went through 36 hours of labor. I didn't partake in the baby. I was there to support all I could. I find it incredibly arrogant, I'll be perfectly blunt, for men to dictate how women should or should not control their body. So in that regards, well, that's a tough statement for me.
Okay.
Your statement. It really is. And again, the difference is that in those very early stages, the embryo cannot survive without the mother, right? Again, where my particular stance on it, I don't want to go into all of it, but there's no question there is a crossover where those comparative rights switch. And I have a problem with any state or law that allows those to occur where, in my opinion, the fetus's rights outweigh the mother's rights. But I have a real hard time as a male who will never, ever have to go through the labor, the difficulty, the loss. You know, I was affected by the miscarriage, not even anywhere close to what my wife went through. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting a little verklempt.
Understood.
So I have a real problem when men in authority make some of those statements. Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox now, but that's just how I feel. Sorry.
I understand that and appreciate you sharing that. I could also, if I may say so, I'm sorry for your loss and for your loss from your wife as well. I think it's important to recognize that the law also recognizes there is a crossover point where the rights of the fetus are important enough to be protected. Not necessarily in New York State, and I know it does vary by state and varies by community in some areas. The fact that there is a crossover and that it is something that is somewhat unknown or can be debatable rather, is something that branches into philosophy. And again, that's not what we're here for.
Yep.
I think that men do have a right to participate in that discussion. Again, I came here as a former fetus, speaking to a group of former fetuses, including some that are not born. I believe that it is a discussion that is worthy of pursuit. It is a discussion that I think is important to consider in terms of this land use agreement, because one of the things that you are deciding as the town board of Henrietta is whether you are going to condone and permit this activity from taking place within the perimeters of the town of Henrietta. That is why you are here. By the way, for full disclosure to the rest of the town board and to the audience, Mr. Schultz and I are schoolmates from back in our IT days. So we do know one another, and I do appreciate you saying that you are a bit of an argumentative individual because you always have been.
Yeah.
But from an engineering perspective also, I think you have the ability to look at things logically. And I also appreciate what you said about taking these words seriously in terms of the perspectives that we have. But in a very real sense, you are making a legal decision as far as whether the clinic can operate and open within the town of Henrietta. It is not an automatic decision. The reason that we do not feed data into the computer to have them spit out a yay or no decision is because you are human beings looking at the pros and cons, weighing the different pieces of information here. And based on your experiences, your backgrounds, and if I may say, your beliefs and perspectives, religious or not, will have an impact on your decision. So I appreciate the position that you're in and having to do that. But I also ask you to very seriously consider the things that I have said and other members of the audience have said as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Anyone else? If you've already spoken, I'm going to ask you to come back to the next meeting. You've already spoken. The gentleman back, I don't think has spoken yet. Or have you?
I haven't.
You have not. Okay.
Hi, my name is Bill Keenan. Just want to say that when you mentioned about medical reasons why abortion might be necessary if the mother's life is at risk, I'll try to find the study, but I'm under the understanding that there are no medical reasons to abort a baby to save the life of a mother. There might be cases where mother has to have a cancer treatment, the baby might die because of it, but to abort the baby directly, there's no reason for that, even though a mother might need medical treatments. But I'd just like to comment on something that someone from Caring Choices, a gentleman earlier said, which I thought was, we are all affected by the shootings in Buffalo and in Texas. And, no one would argue that it's horrendous to see someone targeting Black people, killing them in Buffalo, and then young children in Texas. And it made me think, well, this is what Planned Parenthood was set up for, targeting Black and Hispanic children. And I guess all of you, I know this is just a planning board and this is land use, and I'm wondering at what point would you decide that, okay, if an organization applied for a building permit and they checked all the boxes and the health department says, okay, yeah, they're going to do everything clean and the doors are going to swing both ways like the planner, everything checks out, but they're killing 3-year-olds. You wouldn't go for that, right?
That would presumably be illegal. So
Okay.
no, they would not have a legal basis upon which to do that.
All right.
Today in New York State, abortion is legal.
Right.
So that's a big difference.
So I guess you'd have to ask yourself, so at what age, and is it arbitrary for you because you all have to make this decision, it's land use, but then knowing that, well, health department's going to approve it. They've been approving all the other Planned Parenthoods. It's going to be up to you to say, no, someone's got to block this. If they're killing children, even though it's legal, someone's got to block it. And I mean, there are a number of ways you can do it, but you could just say, it's an arbitrary thing to set up right now that, okay, well, the age of viability, my father was on oxygen. He couldn't live by himself. He had to have people take care of him. So what determines a value of a human life? Is it a certain age? So I guess you have to ask yourself, so do I want to be known as someone that approved an organization to come in that kills children? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We had another one online.
I had C. Constantine, but they just lowered their hand.
Okay.
Oh, they just raised it again. I'm sorry. Let me unmute them.
Mute, right? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not real good at this stuff. But I don't want to keep you all. I really don't. I want to say, first of all, that I think you have done a heroic and beautiful job at listening to everybody. It's been quite amazing, actually. It's quite amazing. So kudos to you. I just want to say too, going to be brief. I have lots of things to say, but mostly they've all been said. So I just want to say that when you discuss this with your town attorney about what you consider and what you can't consider, if it is something that is that, oh, well, the New York State Office of whatever is going to look at, you can't. I'd be real careful. I really would. You can't. It's not. You've got a comprehensive plan. You've got deleterious. You've got effects on the community. I think the effects on the community can be considered by you guys, and I hope you will. I hope you will, because I think it's not just a question of whether this is a legal enterprise. And by the way, just think about this. recently, as I understand it, maybe I'm wrong, that you allowed this year to have cannabis facilities in a B1 zone, right? Is that correct?
Limited portions of a B1 zone, and we actually put additional restrictions on the special use permit for it.
Okay. Okay. So in other words, you really looked at that. You really did. You gave it all you got. I hope you will do the same. And I really do hope that it won't be political at all. And I'm sure it won't be. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. I will say, again, I've probably spent more time on reviewing this, reviewing the various things, researching, reaching out to the county, reaching out to various organizations, more than any application other than perhaps the cannabis one last year.
Yeah, I bet you did. And I bet you have, and I bet you will. That's not,
Yep.
and I just wanted to say that because I do think you're doing a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate
But, you know, I think your town attorney is probably going to say things to you like, well, this, I mean, you kind of referred to it. The Department of Health is going to take care of that one. The Department of something else is going to take care of this one. Water, for example, or deleterious effects as in, you know, you always need to take care of traffic, though, of course.
Right.
But even the other ones, it's not that you can't. It's not that you can't. It's that you don't have to let them do it for you. You
Okay.
can be independent, right?
So let me explain when we do these type of things. So again, going back into traffic. So if it's a county road, it's the Monroe County DOT that gives us a feedback. If it's a state road, it's the state DOT that gives us feedback. If it's connecting to the municipal water supply, we get the input from the Monroe County Water Authority. If it's something to do with sewage, we have our own sewer department, but if it's going to potentially impact the county trunk, then it's the county. So yes, for all of these things, Seeker covers all of those things, but again, we're not the experts in those. Our job is to reach out to the experts, get the feedback from them, and weigh those as factors in our decision-making process. And one of those experts is our town attorney with regards to how some of the stuff can and can't be interpreted. And I'll be clear, in other words, ultimately, so our town attorney isn't going to say, you have to read it this way, right? What he's going to say is, well, if you read this part of the code, this part of the code is pretty clear. This part of the code's a bit ambiguous. This is within your purveyance under general municipal law, section such and such. This one is not. This one is reserved for the New York State Department of Health. So again, we take all that into account. It's not, again, we couldn't decide, we couldn't, for instance, strip all residents of Henrietta of their Second Amendment rights, right? And I'm not saying I want to, I'm just saying clearly that we couldn't do, right? You'd say, well, the Second Amendment protects it. You can't make that decision. So those are the kinds of things when you say you can, well, sure you can. And then a court's going to come along and say, you can't do that and throw it out. So I'd rather not incur that cost because there is a taxpayer cost when you pass frivolous legislation that then gets overturned in court. And so we're going to do our best job to get it right.
I have no doubt that you will, but I'm just saying that, look, and I don't disagree exactly with anything you've said. The thing is, a constitutional principle, a constitutional part of the Constitution, like the First Amendment, yeah, it governs everything, and it trumps everything. But effects to the town, whether they be water or you need to think, I would think that you have authority to, and this is a thing about authority, obviously, but you do have the authority to look on the effects and say, well, wait a minute, this seems a little iffy to me. That's all I'm saying. God bless you all. You know, I think you've done a great job. I'm amazed.
I will just say that our authority is bounded by the US Constitution, the New York State Constitution, New York State laws, Monroe County laws, that we are bound. Now, going back to the cannabis, for example, the New York law they passed gave the towns the option to opt in or opt out.
Right.
New York State abortion laws do not give us the choice to opt in or opt out. So again, we have to follow those laws, but okay.
I understand, but I never understand. That's completely correct, I suppose. But still, if the effects are more than you judge it's a question of you're not prohibited. You're not prohibited. It's not like that. You are allowed under your own statute, which is congruent with the statutes of New York. But that's
have to agree to disagree. Okay. Anybody
okay,
else?
well, that's good. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Good night. Anybody else? Okay, then, almost. Just kidding.
I'm John Nicholson. I've been a Henrietta resident for 25 years. I have a 21-year-old daughter that was born here, raised here, still here. I would definitely be disappointed if Planned Parenthood came to Henrietta. Obviously, their main income is generated from abortions. And if they didn't have abortions, I'm sure they would go out of business. I could be wrong, but you guys could correct me if I'm wrong. I also heard it said here that when the CEO of Planned Parenthood, is it Miss Casey? She was implying or said that if there's people praying peacefully or protesting abortion or offering women alternatives that might be going into Planned Parenthood and standing on a sidewalk, she implied that if they weren't able to get as close to their doors or to their store, that
she's saying that because of the configuration of the plaza, the door right there is not public property, it's private property. You have a public right to assemble on public property. You do not have a right to assemble on private property without that private property owner's permission to assemble.
Yes, and she also implied that we, Henrietta residents, if we are on the sidewalk, that we would be disappointed being further away from her Planned Parenthood's door because then we couldn't torment people as much. Was her. I'm pretty sure that's what she said. So she's basically saying that we Henrietta residents are trying to torment their
I think she was
business.
specifically talking about people here protesting, carrying signs, speaking out against her firm.
Yes.
I don't think she was
So
talking
already
about all of them.
she's obviously against many of the people of this town. That's all I'm pointing out. Thank you.
Okay. I think most businesses are against people who are against their business. I'm sure, again, any controversial business who has protesters there, they're not happy about those protesters there. So I don't find that. I get what you're saying.
Well, obviously, all the people that came out speaking from the town, I recognize many of the people, including themselves up here from Henrietta. And she obviously did not seem concerned about all the important,
I'm sorry, sir, we can't hear a word you're saying online.
all these important concerns that people brought up about how abortion can affect women, about the potential costs to our neighborhoods, about the potential, if I was an owner of a business near Planned Parenthood, I would definitely be concerned. And if a business, went vacant near Planned Parenthood, I would definitely not be considering moving next to them. If you want to consider some kind of
But
loss of income from the tax.
That's ultimate, again, that wouldn't affect our taxes. The property is still the property value. But that's the landlord's decision, not the town board's decision. If the landlord doesn't want to rent to Planned Parenthood, they don't have to. That's their choice. All landlords are free to rent to whom they can. They can't be discriminatory in their rental practices, so they can't say we're only renting to white people, right? But they have a choice. If they feel that Planned Parenthood runs against whatever, they just don't like them. They don't like the color of the suit the woman wore tonight. They can make that decision and say, we don't want to rent to you. That's their choice as landlords, but we don't get to force people into or out of, we again have to follow the laws as to how we rule on this. So.
And you see that the CEO of Planned Parenthood of this area didn't seem to be concerned at all about all the issues that were brought up and concerns about people.
Well, because she believes that
she's basically calling us tormentors, and that if we can't get closer to the doors, we would be more upset and be upset that we can't torment people. And I didn't hear anybody here that was trying to torment anybody.
She believes that a lot of what was said tonight was said inaccurate, in error, exaggerated. So again, it's neither here nor there. The point is, this is a public hearing. We've been listening to your feedback. We're going to take the feedback from you. We're going to take the feedback from the company. We're going to take the feedback from our town attorney, from the county, from the state. We're going to weigh all those factors, and ultimately, again, minimum 4 weeks away, we're going to make a decision. So thank you for providing your feedback. Is there anyone else? Then hearing none.
Can we make another very brief statement?
Sure.
Okay. I'll keep this very brief because I know we'll have an opportunity to speak at the next meeting. But I just wanted to, in closing, just say again, the factors laid out in the town codes support and approval of the application. The first factor deals with the scale and character of the use and whether it's consistent with those already in the neighborhood. The scale, there's no question, the building's already there. And as the board's already mentioned, that there's already other medical facilities in the area. The use aligns with the visions of the comprehensive plan. It would be putting a use into a vacant structure and also promoting the mixed use development. Factor C, the purpose, intent, applicable design and development standards. Again, I think that goes back to what I said for A. And with respect to factors D and E, the use isn't going to produce any smoke, odors, emissions, or other nuisances or material hazards. And with respect to factors F and G, it's not going to create a material adverse environmental impact in pursuant to seeker. The application's a type 2 action, so it doesn't require further environmental review under seeker. And the conditions of the site, there's nothing about the physical conditions that make the use unsuitable for the property. And then the use will not create a significant impact on the public infrastructure. And looking at the comprehensive plan update, there's adequate services in place. And finally, the use isn't going to modify any kind of design of the building, so it's not going to have a significant impact on traffic patterns. So thank you for the time to make a brief statement, and I'll keep it brief since I know I'll have a chance to speak, so thank you.
Yep, no, I appreciate it. Can't argue with anything you've said. But again, from a point of order, because some of the submissions came in late, we are going to hold the public hearing on the 22nd. So hearing no further comments, I'm going to close this public hearing. To be a new public hearing to be held on June 22nd at 6 PM. Thank you for everybody, and especially for those who were civil, respected other people's opinions. We had a few people who didn't do that as much. I thank you all for doing that because, again, this is a very emotionally charged topic, especially at this particular point in time in our history at the federal level. Again, thank you for participating in government. Thank you. Next up, we have a proposed local law to permit members of the public bodies of the town of Henrietta to participate in meetings via video conferencing. So New York State changed its rules. It used to be if you were going to be remotely participating in a business, you had to be in a public space that was advertised. They've switched it now that you can participate virtually. And if you come on, basically, it's the virtual space that now needs to be public. So if one of the board members is going to participate via video conference, that video conference has to be available to the public. The other thing in the law is that a quorum must be present in the principal location, which is here at Town Hall. So is there anybody who wishes to discuss video conferencing? Not nearly as interesting a topic, I guess. Have a good night. Thank you for coming. Anybody online? It looks like they all dropped off. Okay. Any comments from the board?
When's breakfast?
Yeah, when's breakfast? Well, I've got some cookies here. Hearing no further discussion, I'm going to close the public hearing for the proposed local law to permit members of the public bodies of the town of Henrietta to participate in meetings via video conferencing. Next up, we have a notice to perform work, public hearing for a notice to perform work at 76 Summer Sky Drive. Did we get confirmation that from building and fire prevention that the condition still exists and that we have not heard from the property owner?
Mr. Supervisor, Kevin Wilson, Henrietta. Yeah. Building and fire prevention. Yes, the tree is still there. Nothing has changed.
And we have not heard from the property owner?
We have not.
I know we had the letter returned. We did post it on premises.
That's correct.
Okay. Anybody else wish to say anything about the condition of the property at 76 Summer Sky Drive? I know the neighbors are very much want to see it get cleaned up. So hearing no further comments, I am going to close the public hearing for the notice to perform work for 76 Summer Sky Drive. I will note that the property owner did not make themselves present at this hearing. That concludes our public hearings. Can I get my first resolution?
Mr. Supervisor, I'd like to propose resolution number 11-185/2022 to authorize bills payable from May 12th, 2022 through today, May 25th, 2022.
Seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranek?
Aye.
Councilmember Bolzner?
Aye.
Councilmember Page?
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca?
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz?
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 11-186, 2022 to call for a public hearing for a proposed local law to implement the New York Stretch Energy Code in the town of Henrietta.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranek?
Aye.
Councilmember Bolzner?
Aye.
Councilmember Page?
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca?
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz?
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor, fellow town board members, I have resolution 11-187, 2022 to call for a public hearing for a proposed local law to amend the town of Henrietta zoning code to include conditions pertaining to specific zoning districts.
Seconded.
So there, as discussed tonight, there are some of those weird circular loops in the code. There's potentially one with one of the specifics as well. And it was brought to our attention by one of the attorneys who typically represent businesses coming here for, special use permit or whatever. That exists today because technically, even though they're not in our code book, these conditions still exist. I propose we don't try to clean it up for this one. We just bring them over as they are. And in the coming month or so, Don and I will go through and try to fix those inconsistencies, those circular references in our code. We've had some initial discussion. I even picked Jerry Goldman was the attorney who brought it to our attention. I picked his brain for some ideas. We're just going to get some feedback, and just my thought is, again, let's bring them over as they are today, and let's clean up all the circular references in one rather than try to do a partial cleanup. Or what I don't want to do is, in bringing these over, I don't want to then also amend another section of code that doesn't pertain to the specifics. I'd rather make them two separate actions. So yes, it means that for another meeting or two, we're going to have a circular reference, but we've had it there for a decade. So a few more weeks won't kill us. Is there anyone who disagrees with that thought and thinks, I'd love to get these over here because, the problem we have today, if somebody's moving into one of these restricted zones, they can't pull up what those use restrictions are. They're not in our code book. They're not on E-code. They're in an old code book that is hard to obtain. So I really want to get that out there so people can understand that, especially because there will probably be some movement on some of those in at least one of those districts. I will note it's not the district that has a loophole, thankfully. Loophole is the wrong word. Again, circular reference, the one that says anything that isn't listed is prohibited, anything that's not listed is allowed with a special use permit. Those kind of self-contradict each other.
Yeah.
So anyway. Any other thoughts? Does that make sense to do what I said? Let's bring these over and then we'll clean up all the circular references. Okay.
Yep.
Hearing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranik.
Aye.
Councilmember Bolzner.
Aye.
Councilmember Page.
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I have resolution number 11-188, 2022, to authorize the town to apply a portion of the excess unassigned general fund balance for calendar year 2021 to the 2023 proposed town budget to reduce the property tax burden.
Second. We should have done this while we had the crowd in here. One of the reasons, so normally we do this a little later in the season. There is a lot of angst right now on the part of residents because of the increase in assessed values. We've talked about this. We did this last year. We have the funds. This is the same dollar amount we've done this past year. If when we get to the budget cycle, we decide to apply additional fund balance, we can. That doesn't limit it, but we are basically going to, I want the town to know that we're not just talking and saying we're going to do it. I want them to rest assured now that they know we're going to put $2.5 million of our fund balance in excess of contingency to reduce the property tax burden. With the way the mortgage tax and sales tax have been coming in, even with the potential gasoline sales tax holiday that they're talking about, the sales tax is expected to still exceed this past year, which was a record year significantly. So again, I think because of the, there's people who said the economy isn't strong, the inflation is a problem. And that creates a lot of pain for the individuals. But in terms of the amount of commerce that is taking place, there is a significant amount of it. And as a result, I think we will absolutely have the wherewithal to hold our tax levy flat for yet another year. So again, rather than promise that we're going to do it, I say let's do it now. And hopefully you guys all agree.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? I think we've tired them out.
Just think, you could almost get anything passed
I
tonight,
know,
see?
that's right. Coming up?
Yeah, you want me to go up?
Yes, please.
Because my question I had is actually in regards to the reassessment thing. So is now the appropriate time to speak?
Oh, if it's about reassessment, no, but I will give you an opportunity.
Okay, I just had a simple question. So
Oh, go ahead, ask now. I don't care.
Okay. Well, I know everybody's exhausted.
Right.
now. I'm sorry. And
Don't worry about it.
I really appreciate the time you gave to the other subject because it is one that's dear to my heart. So I appreciate it. I guess not.
Name and address.
Oh yeah. Sean Kinney. I live at 43 Tomahawk Trail.
Thank you.
You sold the house, I think. So
Good.
anyways, so I just got reassessed quite a significant amount, more than I've ever gotten reassessed before. And I have some real concern about my tax burden next year. And I know you're talking about holding the tax levy flat. And I'm sorry that I don't know more about this and how the ins and outs of the system work, but I'm wondering if anything's going to be done to help these homeowners that are seeing a gargantuous increase in their
Sure.
assessment. I'm on the hook right now, based on my calculations. I'm looking at paying somewhere between $200 to $2,500 more in taxes next year, and I just want to know if the town's planning on doing anything.
So your calculation is probably off.
Okay.
So just a couple things to understand how it works. The town gets no additional tax revenue by raising your assessment, not one penny more. The amount we collect in tax revenue is set during budget time as part of the tax levy. I know a lot of politicians love to talk about the tax rate because they can hide increases under it. The real number to look at is the tax levy. And when you get your tax bill, there'll be a column that says tax levy.
Okay.
And next to that will be percent change from the prior year.
Okay.
That's what you really want to look at. When you see taxes going up, that's where they're really going up.
Okay.
So then what happens, you get the taxing authority, in this case, the town, county, school, fire district or ambulance. They put out a tax levy. That's how much they're going to collect in property taxes.
Okay.
Now what happens, we've actually levied the exact same amount every budget I've put forth. You'll see that it goes down slightly, and the reason is, I don't know if you are familiar with pilots, payments in lieu of taxes.
Yes.
So Comida gives those get subtracted first. So we collect the tax, we say, this is how much we're going to collect from taxes. The first thing that happens, they subtract out the pilot payments, and then the rest gets split up amongst all the property owners in town. Well, I won't say all the taxable value property owners in town. That's where the assessment comes in. The assessment doesn't determine how much we collect. What the assessment does determine is who pays what portion. Okay. Now, because of the crazy real estate market, you've seen it go up. The total taxable value in town, that's the sum of every property in town, that minus ones that are tax-free, or minus if you have a senior limited exemption or a veterans exemption or any other exemption. So it's a taxable portion. They add that all up, and that's your total taxable value. It's a little bit more complicated than that because there's multiple roles. They treat utilities different than properties, et cetera, but close enough. You add all that up. In the past year, because of the crazy real estate market, our taxable value in town has gone up 12.5%.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
across the whole town.
It's across the whole town.
I believe it.
So individual homes could have gone up.
Well, right. Now, here's the problem. I hate the assessment system. Reassessment system. In addition to creating angst for homeowners, there's nothing that creates more animosity towards the town than reassessment. But here's my big issue with it right now. When you look at where the market increases are, they are at the smaller entry level homes, percentage wise, is bigger than the middle homes. And then some of the bigger acreage, bigger homes, that's where the two big increases are. The problem with the senior ones, so if your increase is I'm going to focus just on the town right now. If your increase is below that average of 12.5, you will actually pay less town tax next year.
Okay.
If your increase is greater than that, you're going to pay more. Well, that's the problem, is because of the low entry houses, the seniors, it's unfortunately, there was a larger percentage increase. So because of the way the real property tax law from New York works and the way this market is, there is going to be some shifting of the tax burden to seniors. I've absolutely been bringing this to the attention of Albany. I've had a number of discussions with Senator Pat Gallivan and his team. I've had some discussions with Harry Bronson and his teams. I do think they need to do something, especially for seniors, because I think that shift of burden is going to cause some problems. Someone that says, well, some towns don't do reassessments. Why are you doing them, Henrietta? Believe me, politically expedient, it would be a lot easier to skip them because, again, nothing makes people madder than being reassessed. The problem is, under real property tax law, if we don't keep our tax rolls at full value, they assign what is called an equalization rate penalty.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, and so to give you an example, 2 years ago, Rush was not at full valuation.
Okay.
Their school tax rate was 19% higher than Henrietta's school tax rate, even though it's the same school district. So last year they did a reevaluation. They got up to full valuation. Today, the two rates are the same. Well, that 19% increase, doesn't just affect the rate and the amount of tax you pay. And that's, by the way, everybody in the town. It also decreases, if you have a 19% penalty, it decreases any exemption you get. So again, it hits seniors twice as hard because any senior limited discount is now decreased by 19%. I believe Star is decreased by 19% as well, although I'm not 100% positive on that one. Star is a little bit different than the other exemptions. And so it's actually, done the analysis in the past, and I basically, the previous town assessor, she has since become the director of real property in, I think it's Wyoming County. Okay. She took a promotion, but her and I went through this. She explained it in detail. We went through and actually did the analysis because during the pandemic, we were raising the question, should we do the reassessment or should we not? And when we did the calculation, Henrietta taxpayers would have been paying more tax than if we hadn't in total. Now, of course, what happens if you're one of the houses that shifted greater than the average, you're going to pay more than average, or your portion of the increase is going to go up. We don't get any more money. That just means somebody else is paying less, right? Okay. But like I said, the thing that there's a number of things that drive me crazy about this system. So one of the things that's really frustrating, there is real growth in the town, right? New development, new houses going in, new businesses. If there were no reassessments and there were no equalization rate penalties, if there was a different system, then we could hold the rate flat. All the existing taxpayers would see no additional taxes, but we would get additional revenue from the growth in the town. And that's important because one of the challenges, and my finance director and I talk about this all the time, is how sustainable is this? Right now it's sustainable because the economy, from a revenue standpoint, the economy is strong. But the point is, the more people, the more houses you put in, the more businesses you put in, there's more roads, there's more infrastructure. We have to add people to plow the roads. We have to add people to maintain the sidewalks, the gutters, we have to add. And yet, if we hold the rate flat so that we get the additional revenue from the real growth, unfortunately, we also get additional revenue from anybody who is reassessed. If you hold the rate flat, then when you get reassessed, you are paying additional taxes. The town is paying more taxes, and that we don't want. Our goal, again, is to collect the same amount of taxes we have for the past 4 years. So I am leading an effort. In fact, I was talking that I would love to go to Albany and stump this. I've been trying to get a hold of the governor because I just think I got to believe that any politician who said, I'm going to get rid of reassessment, that would help their campaign. I don't know, but unfortunately, I can't seem to get traction. I'll keep fighting. I know I have both our Assembly member, Harry Bronson, and our senator, both our current senator, Pat Gallivan, and our future senator, Jeremy Cooney. They all agree that they'd love to see something about this. The question is whether we can get something through Albany. I don't have time. Even if this was a short meeting, I don't have time to go through the whole details of my plan, but
Yeah.
The last thing I'll mention is, so that was town, right? Because we're holding our levy flat. We're the only taxing jurisdiction that's held its levy flat that I've ever seen in this town. The school districts, I think theirs went up by 2.2%.
Around 2%.
Around 2%. So again, it doesn't work exactly like this because it's the way fractions work, but roughly in that case, if your increase was less than 10.5%, so the 12.5 minus the 2 increase, if your increase was less than 10.5%, your school tax will actually go down. Obviously, if your increase is greater than that, your school tax is going to go up. The fire districts this past year, this is why the town board voted to approve the annexation of the West Brighton Fire Protection District. For the first time in years, they actually held the rate flat. And because that past year, the growth was only 1.9%, that's how much their levy went up. I don't know what the fire district's levy is going to be again, but the good news is that most of the major building that the growth that they were doing, the addition of the West Brighton Fire Protection District brought in those final extra crews that they needed to get to whatever threshold they were trying to get to. So I am hoping that they will hold that increase down again into the 2 to 3% range. The ambulance we control. Now we have an agreement with the ambulance and that type of stuff, but so that is capped at 3%. We will calculate the real growth. If the real growth is less than 3%, it's the real growth. So, and again, the county, I suspect, will be like the town because the county gets a lot of revenue from sales and mortgage tax as well. So I'm hoping that they will do the same thing. They will use that huge growth in sales and mortgage tax and not put a big increase in the property tax. But again, that's outside of our control. Right. So, you know, if I had to give you just a ballpark number to work with, take what you thought the growth was and subtract 10%. That's probably going to get you closer to what so in other words, if you went up by 15%, you're not going to see, you probably won't see a 15% increase in your tax burden. You'd see a 5% increase in your tax burden.
Okay.
But again, that's back of the envelope. That's real rough. And that's without knowing anybody's budgets. The only budget we know, and it is the school districts. The other budgets don't get done until the fall. So,
right.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I guess what I would ask, and I don't even know if you have this authority or influence, but on behalf of me, a resident of the town that you supervise, the two biggest tax increases I'm worried the most about with this largest reassessment I got is obviously the school district, which I already know what that number is. It's a done deal, right, Mr. Page? That's correct.
The budget did pass last or 2 weeks ago or whatever it was.
Right. And then obviously the other big one is the county, right? do you, I guess my question to you is, do you have influence, or does the county take any input from the town supervisors on how it handles trying to mitigate some of that cost increase to the residents of the county?
We certainly can advocate, and we will. I also happen to be this year, it's a rotating basis. I happen to be president of the Monroe County Supervisors Association. We did bring this up at our most recent meeting.
Okay.
It's a problem all across the county, and I will be carrying that message from the town supervisors to the county executive to say, hey, this is a real issue. And then, like I said, especially for people in the entry-level homes. What's interesting is when you look at it, the amount of increase, dollar amount, was actually fairly similar. But obviously a $10,000 increase on a $150,000 home is a lot bigger than a $10,000 increase on a $400,000 home, right? And, you know, and of course, that's a small number, as you probably know.
Yeah,
We
mine's
bought
like
the house.
mine's like 5 times that.
Right, we
So-
bought the house, yeah, so is mine. We bought the house across the street for my father-in-law. It was assessed at $130,000. It was on the market for like $160,000. And we had an escalator clause, which is the only reason we were able to get it. We had to pay $182,000. Guess what? Our increase in tax assessment is about $50,000 because that's the new market value.
Right.
Well, that's a huge percentage increase.
Right.
Right. And that's the problem because, oh, by the way, we bought that for a senior. It was seniors living there. It's now a senior living there today. He's on fixed income. That's going to be tough. You know,
Right.
That's the thing that really frustrates me about this market. I really wish if it was only the higher end homes going up, high end market, you know, if they were all going up by an equal percentage, that would be great. But unfortunately, they're not. The high end seems to be where a lot of the low end seems to be where a lot of the growth is. And that's going to be problematic. And I've been raising that warning bell already. Whether Albany can do something about that between now and then, I don't know.
Yep.
I honestly don't know.
Okay. Well, I guess, I mean, you've explained it very well and I appreciate it. I guess I would just ask you to advocate for me and all the other homeowners that have seen those kind of increases at the county level, with the senators and assemblymen and at the state level. And it sounds like you're already doing that and I appreciate it, but you know, any help would be great, especially with the, you know, the price of gas and inflation right now. It's been a real burden. You know, I'm definitely feeling
It absolutely
feeling
is.
hurt. So I appreciate it.
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
So, any further discussion?
Well, I think
As-
that just emphasizes the need
To do this now,
to take action on this. It is a huge concern. I've heard so many people who've had increases, you know, in the $40,000 to $60,000
Right.
range on homes that would normally go for 150.
Right. And as Lisa will tell you, they're getting the price. That's the
They're getting-
problem.
I was
know.
gonna say, there's no house in Henrietta at $150,000 right now.
I know.
3 years ago, the average house price that I was selling was 150. I haven't sold anything under 200,000. I mean, houses that, ranch home, I keep going back to this, as use this as an example, 1,050 square feet, really not much redone to it, unfinished basement, yard was a mess, and they got $230,000
Oh
for
my
it.
gosh.
I mean, literally, when I got the phone call from the realtor telling me it, I wanted to throw up. Because as a realtor in this community for 31 years, it's exactly what you're saying. I mean, I'm talking to seniors, I'm talking to people like you who paid a fair price for your house, and now you're looking at this. Now, if you called me tomorrow to sell your house, I'm certain I could get you what your appraised value is, but that doesn't help because your tax burden has gone up and it makes it really difficult. So as realtors, we all just shake our head because we don't even understand what's going on. It's just so crazy out there. And when you're working with buyers, I mean, a first-time home buyer, you might as well forget it. You can't use, people aren't looking at VA offers. They're not looking at FHA offers. You got to have a minimum of 20% down. You got to have a $10,000 or $20,000 deposit. I mean, these poor homeowners that want to buy their first-time home and put 3 or 5% down, they're not getting a house.
Right.
So we all just sit there and do the same thing you're doing. And, you know, my heart just goes out to everyone when I talk to them with these things and look at it and say, there's nothing I can do to fight for you because this is what they're selling for.
Right.
So I don't know when the market's gonna stop.
And I will note that if it turns out to be a bubble, there's a lot of people who believe it's a bubble. You know, the last bubble, that real estate bubble that occurred, Rochester didn't inflate at the rate as the rest of the country, and we didn't deflate, but it stagnated. Prices stagnated for
See,
many
the
years.
problem is we've always been below the country and now we've come up equivalent.
Yeah, we're playing catch up.
We're-
now. I
Right.
understand it. It's just a
Right.
big hit to take from one year.
Oh, it is. It's
Yeah, just really
murder.
difficult.
But
It's really, really difficult.
But again, if you look at that, we'd be hit with that equalization rate penalty and everybody would be paying it all across the board. Now, for the people who, this gets into, what's fair, right? The real property tax law, the way it's written today is its market value. And so it's not fair to somebody whose house didn't increase as much as what the other ones did to then tax them differently. But I have a problem with the whole system. And again, going back to one of the things I always hear is people say something about, well, if you don't do it based off of the value of the home, it's not tied to income. Well, it's not tied to income today. When I was in industry, I was making 4 times what I was making here. Yet I'm paying more taxes on my house than I did when I was making 4 times the income. It's nothing to do with income. It has to do with value of the house. And for most people, that is their wealth. And, it's real hard. I hate seeing, like, I see it, my brother owns a cottage house on Canisius Lake. You think the market's gone crazy here? His house is assessed at 5 times what he paid for it less than a decade ago. Yeah, but he wants to use it, but then this is the thing, you don't want people to get forced out of their homes because they can't afford their taxes. And that the system, in my opinion, is broken. And the state is also heading towards another crisis. If you go to a assessors meeting, we happen to have one of the younger assessors in the state. You go to that assessors meeting, there's a lot of people poised to retire. And oh, by the way, all the terms come due at the exact same time. And so what's going to happen, there's a whole bunch of assessors who I am sure are going to retire. There's not a crop of young new assessors coming in underneath. To get an assessor, we had to go poach one from another county. I refused to poach one from Monroe County because I have to work with these other supervisors. So I went and stole one from Ontario County. But what's good, now they've got to go steal one from someone else. It's going to be musical chairs. And as more and more of these assessors retire en masse, I don't know what they're going to do other than change the system, hopefully. So thank you.
I appreciate anything you can do for us. I really do.
That's great. My pleasure. We will certainly work at it. So any further comments? Realize that's kind of tangential, but it's related. So hearing no further comments, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranek?
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner?
Aye.
Councilmember Page?
Aye.
Councilmember Blanca?
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz?
Aye. Fellow board members, I have resolution 11-189, 2022 to hire personnel and make the attached changes.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranek?
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner?
Aye.
Councilmember Page?
Aye.
Councilmember Blanca?
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz?
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow town board members, I have resolution number 11-190/2022, excuse me, to authorize the town to perform work at 76 Summer Sky Drive for numerous code violations and to lien the cost against the property.
Seconded.
Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranek?
Aye.
Councilmember Bolsner?
Aye.
Councilmember Page?
Aye.
Councilmember Blanca?
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz?
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 11-199, I would say 191/2022 to settle litigation against the town for EEOC employment case 3.
Second.
Any discussion?
These are 2 separate ones?
They are 2 separate ones.
Okay.
The previous one, when we were putting this one together, we discovered you guys had approved me for the fourth one to do the offer of judgment. That got to the settlement agreement. We got the settlement agreement in. Now I need to sign it.
Gotcha.
We-
Okay.
We thought previously you had already approved me to sign it, but
Okay.
when we reviewed that case, we found it. So this, between numbers 3 and 4, they will all be settled and all be done.
Okay, great.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranek,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolzner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor, fellow town board members, I have resolution 11-192, 2022 to settle litigation against the town for EEOC employment case 4.
Seconded.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranek,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolzner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I have resolution number 11-193, 2022 to adopt local law number 11 of 2022 to amend the Henrietta Town Code to permit video conferencing under updated New York open meetings law and to adopt video conferencing policy and procedures in connection with the same.
Second. Any further discussion besides what we already talked about at the hearing? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Safranek,
Aye.
Councilmember Bolzner,
Aye.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. That concludes our resolutions. Do we have any additional discussion items or comments from the public? Do we have any committee or miscellaneous reports from the board?
I didn't even. I knew we were going to go forever. So anything with the library, please look at the library's website. They're doing some amazing things there.
Yeah, I'll be shocked if anybody is still listening to the YouTube at this point, but who knows?
I had 4, but I'll leave them. Well, so just attended meetings. That's it.
Okay. Anything further? Then hearing none, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Everyone wanted to jump on that one. Why don't you guys in unison second it?
Second.
Second.
I beat you to it. 1 second.
Hearing no objections, meeting adjourned.
Nobody's
Thank you
gonna
all for
object.
your participation.
Craig Eckert's buying breakfast.
Thank you.